TikTok, time to rock. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone who's watching from all over the world. It's your friendly neighborhood philosopher here, D. Wood. And with me now is the man who just reached 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. How did you do it, AP? How did you do it?
Well, one day, David, I woke up and it happened. I do not know how it happened. I still have no explanation. In fact, science has no explanation for this as of yet. Science has no explanation for this. Scientists are baffled by what is happening here,
It's a miracle.
which
A
gives
miracle.
me a lot of questions. Yeah, because I don't understand. I don't understand how this is happening. But yes, it did indeed happen. It is indeed happening. It's indeed true. So yeah, yes.
First step, 500,000. Next step, 500 billion.
Yes, which might happen very quickly. I heard that once you get over the 500,000 mark, the rest should come quite quickly. So 500 million, 500 billion.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem unrealistic.
Yeah, you can't get to 500 billion without getting to 500,000 first. So it all
Yeah,
it all
you do.
makes
You
sense.
need some intro music on your channel, though, 'cause people are complaining.
I'm picky.
What is
Why
this?
didn't hey, where's Sal? Sal should come up with some cool intro music. But I don't even know how to use it on this. I mean, I know there's a way to use it, but like, what do I click because I use Ecamm. Is there some
There's probably
feature
no.
on StreamYard where you just say play my intro or some crap?
Yes, yes.
Or do you just like play a video?
You just
'Cause I'm
click a
looking.
button and that's it.
Ecamm has all the features. I just don't know how to use them. Yeah, all right, I'll do that. I'll do that, everyone. So everyone could quit complaining about me not having useless intro music.
Yeah, Sheeny Beanie said, I guess everyone has to start having kids to get AP to 500 billion. This is true. Just like Mayar Tusi, like at the rally pointed out, it is if everyone just makes more babies, then we could reach the
Everyone,
goal much faster. Yeah.
all you Christians out there, have about 4 beers and go smash, all right? Gotta smash that. Have them babies.
Do it right now, mate.
sound like sound like they were having a good time over at that rally, man.
Yes,
Sitting there singing Sweet Caroline.
yes.
I don't care what anyone says. If you're sitting in a crowd of thousands of people singing Sweet Caroline, you're having a pretty fun time. I'll just say that. I'll leave it at that.
It seemed very based.
All right, AP, before we jump into our topic, any news, any interesting news we want to cover briefly? I guess we could save that for other things. I've seen all kinds of stuff. You see,
Okay.
I'll go ahead and start one. You see that the pro-Palestine protesters stopped the Pride Parade in Philadelphia?
I didn't see that. I briefly saw a headline or something, or somebody tweeting about that. What happened there?
Well, what was interesting, the Free Palestine crowd blocked the Pride Parade in Philadelphia. Just like took over the middle of the street, like they do when they block a interstate or something like that. And what's interesting is all the normal Israel's evil crowd. So what's her name? Dr. Lupus or something like that. You know who I'm talking about?
Yes, yes.
She's like, oh, great job. Yeah, you see. It's like, what's it going to take for the Queers for Palestine crowd to realize these guys are not on their side? Like, what's it going to take? What's it going to take? They're literally blocking your Pride Parade, and you still are supporting them. This is wild. This is wild stuff. What else?
Funny. It's funny. I'm looking at the video right now. No pride in genocide. What in the? Well, there was also this video. I think that it was made years ago. But that one guy who was on YouTube, who has, he goes around asking questions to Israelis and Palestinians. Gil something. So he goes around asking questions, and I think there is a video where he asks the Palestinians what they think of these queers for Palestine and these LGBTQ pro-Palestine people, and the general response is, we don't want their support. We don't want that. We don't want it. We don't like it. It's wrong. We don't want this at all. It's perverted. However, these people over here are like, yeah, we're all for Palestine. Yeah, we want to support Palestine. Because
Yeah.
if we support Palestine, then that means we will all be gay. That's just so stupid.
Yeah, I've even seen videos of the Muslims saying the reason that Allah is not blessing us to conquer to conquer Israel is because we're uniting with the LGBTQ community and stuff. So they're regarding you as like a curse for their cause, and you're like,
Yeah.
"Yay, they love us!"
Oh yeah, his name is Corey Gill Schuster. That's his name. Yes. Okay, that's his name.
Hey, AP, remember you said that once you reached
I
500,000
did.
subscribers, you'd be on time forever?
Did I?
Yeah, you
Well, if I
said
said
I'll
it,
always if I get 500,000, then I'll always be on time because I need to be more responsible with such a great burden upon me.
do you know that song from the early 2000s? Like, I'm not always there when you call, but I'm always on time, or something like that.
Sounds vaguely
Stupid.
familiar and stupid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, we got the message in from Mossad, our handlers. Shalom from Israel. Yes, shalom. Keep the shekels coming. Keep the shekels coming. We'll keep the support coming. You see?
You see, David confirms it. Like, David says it right there.
How obvious could he make it?
People still deny it.
Is there a pride parade in Palestine? Not anymore. They used to have one. It was always a short one. It was a short, like 4-story drop of a parade. But yeah, they don't have any more because they don't have any more 4-story buildings, apparently. Anyway, what are you laughing at? What's wrong with you? That's not something to laugh at. You're talking about people being executed and AP's laughing hysterically. Can you see this?
Yes.
All right. So today we are going to talk about Ayaan Hirsi Ali. You know what's weird, AP? We went through her clip of where she announced that she now considers herself a Christian a while back, months ago. In that clip, it was pointed out by many, many people, and it was obvious from the clip. It sounded like what she was saying was, we need Christianity because it's the only thing that can stand against the combined forces of like Islam and communism and so on. And we need something uniting us. And then simultaneously, well, I've come to believe something about the transcendent. And so, and I've been culturally influenced by Christianity. So I'm going to declare myself a Christian now. And so that's what it sounded like. That sounded like all she was saying. And at that point, I was wondering, well, how is that so very different from what Richard Dawkins is saying? He's saying he's a cultural Christian and that Christianity may be a bulwark against worse things in the world. And so it would be, okay, maybe we need Christianity to stand against certain things that are going to crush our society. And I'm a cultural Christian in the sense that I've been significantly influenced by Christianity. But they didn't seem like they were like in radically different camps at that point. It sounded like they're just calling themselves different things. He's calling himself cultural Christian. She's just saying I'm Christian. But it sounded like it didn't sound like she had some great, tremendous confidence in the truth of Christianity. It was more of a practical thing, like it's helpful to me as an individual and to society. And this clip, I only watched, this is like an hour-long discussion. I've got the link for anyone who wants to, because we're not going to get through all of it, but anyone who wants the complete thing, that link is in the description box. But so I watched like the first, 5, 6, 7 minutes or something like that. Basically, her little starts off with the question, hey, why don't you tell us about your journey and stuff? And she does. And then Richard Dawkins jumps in on her. And Richard Dawkins points out, it's like, well, now it sounds like you actually are believing these things, which is what it sounded like to me. So here in this clip, it sounds like she's saying she actually believes this stuff. And so anyway,
what if you just saw those first minutes where it sounds like she's believing, and then actually right where you stop watching, she says, I'm just joking.
That would be pretty funny. It'd be messed up. Psych. Matter of fact, if you're an atheist, why wouldn't you be doing stuff like that all the time? Psych! I accept Islam. Alhamdulillah. La ilaha illallah. I declare it. Yay! Ha ha ha! Fooled you. That'd be messed up. Just be a total jerk all the time. Yeah. So Dawkins was pointing out, saying, "Hey, it sounds like you actually believe this stuff." And so I only saw the first several minutes of like an hour-long discussion, but then somewhere else, I forget where, I saw a clip. I don't remember if someone had shared it on Twitter or something like that. But Dawkins was like kind of blasting her like, hey, well, this is idiotic. This is the only way for God to save the world, right? He's like blasting her and stuff, which is interesting because it sounded at the beginning, it sounded like she's saying that she was depressed and everything was meaningless and she's borderline suicidal. And then now she feels great because she's a Christian. And then Dawkins immediately starts blasting Christianity. And I'm like, wait.
How about you just kill yourself?
Yeah, what? So I'm like, what's up with this dude? Anyway, we're gonna check that out. Let's take the first couple of super chats real quick, and then we will jump right into that video so we can get through as much as possible. Deus Vult Prime. Oh, this is the movie. I did not hit Aisha. It's not true. It's bull. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Abu Bakr. Momo Wasau. That should be a character, Momo Wasau. I could get vocab to do that to walk. So I haven't seen that. I've never seen the movie. I've seen some of the YouTube clips, but I think that one's he's walking on a roof or something like that. I could get vocab to do that. That'd be funny. Hey, look, we have a site only vegans here. Have you guys seen Tarun? Need to talk to him. We'll be talking to Tarun. We have an ongoing joke with Tarun now. Eventually the joke will get old. And then we'll just go back to normal. But right now we have a fun joke about everything that even Tarun doesn't talk much about veganism. We've spread the rumor that all he talks about is veganism.
He does talk about veganism all the time.
All the time he does. It's all he talks about. I know.
I'm sick of it.
Oh, here you have it. At 1 million subs, AP gets baptized. Why at 1 million? Why not at 500,000? Oh, snap. Not useless, friend. It helps engagement. What helps engagement? Oh, the numbers. I think responding to the numbers, 500,000 or something. Mr. Bukhari, why is there no Christian Jewish version of Hamas? That is an issue that I've pointed out many times in the past. Because whenever we heard about these jihadi organizations springing up, people would always say, oh, it's because they've been marginalized. Oh, it's because they feel disrespected in society. Oh, it's because of global warming. I actually heard that was a thing back in the day. It's because of climate change. It's pushing people out of certain areas and then filling up cities even more. And then, of course, they're turning violent and so on. And so
that's what happens.
The correct response to that was always, wait a minute. Aren't there Jews and Christians and other groups in those exact same circumstances? Aren't there Jews and Christians and Hindus and so on who are in areas where they've been marginalized or who've been disrespected? Don't they all live in the same climate and so on? So why aren't they forming all these terrorist groups around the world? And therefore, it wasn't a complete explanation.
Huh.
Don't huh me.
Huh.
Ooh. Hey, check this out.
Well, what about the KKK?
But what about that? Yes.
What about
Westboro Baptist
Church? Baptist Church.
They terrorize funeral outside on the sidewalk, you see. D. Wood, is Joshua Little a secret Islamophobe covertly destroying Islam from within the respectability of academia, or is he just that autistic that he's devoted his life to hadith studies for no reason? You're not entirely familiar with him, right? You've heard me talk about him.
I don't know. I don't know anyone who's little.
Joshua Little. No, he sounds sincere. He sounds like he thinks he's doing a good job by destroying moral objections against Muhammad by declaring that the hadith are unreliable. He thinks he's stopping Islamophobes like us. But yeah, he's if you take him seriously, he's destroying Islam, because basic Islamic practices like praying 5 times a day and what you do during the Hajj and what the Shahada even is, those things come from the Hadith. If he convinces people that those are in general completely unreliable, that would destroy Islam as we know it. It would definitely destroy Sunni Islam as we know it. And I don't think you would even have Sunni Islam without. No, matter of fact, you don't. You don't have Sunni Islam without the Hadiths. So, but I think he seems like he means what he says. He just doesn't realize. So anyway, here's the weird thing. It's weird when you have a defender who's actually destroying it from within. But that's like the parallel to some of the Dawa guys who you wonder, are these guys sincere? Are they like trying to destroy it from within? I think they're sincere, but they are destroying it from within.
Yeah.
Hey, where is Ja?
It is really weird. Like, where would Islam be if it wasn't for the whole Sunni agenda, the Sunni developments? Because when you look at the history, there are only very few parts where Shia is actually taking over and dominating for a little bit, very, very briefly, but it's mostly just Sunni that is throughout history and even today causing the problems. It's always Sunni.
Yeah. It's always Sunni. Hey, that would be funny. The guys who are blocking the Pride Parade. You should. I should ask on Twitter. Hey, does anyone know which sect of Islam these guys are from? And you go, I think it's Sunni.
Yeah.
And then one of us will say, yeah, it's always Sunni in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
That'd be dope. That'd be dope. Always Sunni.
Yeah.
Dude, how have we not made a spoof called "It's Always Sunni in Philadelphia"? Like, how have we not at least made a video like that? I mean, it seems obvious, right?
We should have done that. Yeah.
We should have done that years ago, man. Anyway, if you guys don't know what we're talking about, and you're in a different area of the world, there's a show called "It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia."
Maybe that's why we didn't make a video about it.
Yeah. Dawkins finally starting to issue fatwas against his apostates. Ooh, we should start calling her an apostate from atheism. What do you think she's in more trouble from? Islam?
Or leave atheism and talk about it publicly, spreading corruption in the land. What do you say?
Hey, we should do some sort of follow-up live stream once she talks about this again and has another interview. But we should say we should compare how atheists respond to her apostasy versus how the Dawa crowd responds to her apostasy.
Yeah, it's kind of obvious though. Like the atheists are unhinged and violent and all that. It's like they can't handle it. Can't handle it. Where Muslims, of course, have the calmness and the fulfillment and the reasonable aspect and approach which comes from their religion, which gives them wisdom and honesty and calm. It makes them more mature. It makes them more able to handle things properly.
Yeah, they don't just throw tantrums like atheists.
With anger and violence and all that,
yeah, exactly, and you're totally right. In Islam, it's so and so has left the fold. Let's gently guide her back to the truth by giving her powerful and persuasive arguments that are in no way based on complete deception.
Yeah. On the other hand, atheists are like, "How dare you speak about this? You were never a true atheist to begin with.
You didn't leave atheism. Atheism left you. You're a little weakling.
We're never a true atheist
How
to begin
dare
with.
you? What doubts, woman?" Anyway, AP might be in danger. If he needs a place, we can provide a safe house in Turkey. So that's good.
That's fun. That's nice. Yeah, sure.
It'd be funny if you had to run from the atheists and you had to go to Turkey.
Yeah.
Is AP wearing a rosary? Going papist, Ridvan? Lol, yes. Ridvan is engaging in popery.
Based.
Or is AP a member of the Mexican mafia? Do they wear rosaries? That'd be funny.
Do they?
I don't get the Mike Winger hate. Well, why don't you watch him for 5 seconds and you'll get it, Justin?
Yeah.
One, dude, did y'all visit Ent? 2, Dawkins is a sad man. Did you visit Ent?
What?
Did you visit Ent? What the heck is that?
Did you visit ENT?
Solaria says, no, I meant the intro music, Dr. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I have to find some intro music.
That's what I feel like. I think many of my live streams, they only get watched so much because of the intro music. Like if it was, for example, yesterday's live stream has like 88,000 views right now. If it wasn't for the intro music, it would probably be at like 12,000 or something.
And a watch time of 60 seconds exactly, right?
Yeah.
Soon the avalanche of veganism will be upon us. It will be an avalanche, a tsunami. Most Islamic town in USA is Hamtramck. Yep.
That's funny.
Oddly true. The Jew who believes in Ezra said Ezra wept. The famous verse in the Bible, Jesus wept. He said Ezra wept. D. Wood, speaking about the use of violence in the religious context, what do you think has caused the just war doctrine to lag in Christianity recently? That's kind of a big topic. I'll give you a very brief rundown. So
it could be an interesting thing to make a video on.
Yeah. I've discussed just war. I mean, I've given delivered papers, and I think I've written an article and so on just war theory in Christianity. But yeah, so you have early Christianity. So you have Christians go out for the first 3 centuries. It never crosses Christians' mind that they're supposed to be violent. They don't kill anyone. Christianity spreads rapidly. Eventually, the Roman emperor converts, but he gets like a vision telling him, conquer with the cross. Then you end up for a while with this kind of Roman Empire Christian hybrid thing. And they retained a Roman Empire kind of way of dealing with issues. And so now you have Christianity being spread and imposed on people. In other words, hey, you're in this place, you have to be a Christian now. And of course, you have all kinds of wars. You have wars with the Persian Empire, wars with Islam, wars among various European countries, and so on. During the time, and this was happening very early on. I mean, Augustine was talking about just war theory, Thomas Aquinas, and so on. It was clear that, hey, we're going out and fighting wars, but we're also required to love our enemies and to do unto others as we would have them do unto us, and so on. And we believe that all people are created in the image of God. So what are we supposed to do here? And so they basically combine them, because it's also taught in the Bible that like leaders have a job, and their job is to punish wrongdoers and so on. And so sometimes that involves fighting wars. So it's, wait a minute, governments do have obligations to do these things. And yet we as Christians are supposed to love our enemies and things like that. So what do? And they come up with just war theory. So what are the requirements for engaging in a war? How do you treat your opponents in the war? How do you deal with them afterwards, and so on? And so it was kind of, how can we still honor the people as the image of God and meet our requirements to love our enemies while acknowledging the reality that we live in a place where we sometimes have to fight? And so you end up with a tradition of just war theory, which has influenced everyone. Pretty much everyone in the world right now is required to, not everyone does it, but pretty much everyone is required by various organizations to do something like just war theory. There are all kinds of limitations. You can't do whatever you want, or massive organizations will stop in and stop you. So I guess the question is, as far as just war doctrine, I don't know why you'd be talking about just war. Just war doctrine has influenced almost everyone's view of war right now. What you might mean here is, why aren't Christians thinking about fighting just wars that they should be fighting? Maybe something like that. And there, I would say that
fight. Yeah, I think what I understood from this was, why are Christians not thinking this way anymore? To
actually deal with problems by fighting.
Yeah, in the sense of actually getting back to the entire concept of just war.
Yeah, because I've even seen atheists going, Christians, what are you doing sitting around? Could you actually get up and do something? I've seen Harris Sultan do that multiple. Like, Christians, why are you sitting? That guy's being killed over there, and you guys, why aren't you doing anything?
Why are you stuttering?
Why are you stuttering? Yeah, and I think what you've had is Christians have looked back at the past and realized they went way too far with wars and fighting people who disagree with them and so on than they were supposed to. And I think the tendency was to go too far in the opposite direction. You went too far in the opposite direction, to where it's almost like, we won't fight for almost anything. Definitely not all Christians and so on, but like as a church, the tendency now is to try and stay as far away from fighting and conflicts and things as possible. But I think you're going to get something more balanced in the future. All right, we still got more super chats, but let's go ahead and start this video because it should be pretty dope. Are you ready, AP? Ready to have your mind blown?
Just thinking about the beauty of the Crusades.
You'll say that stuff on your channel.
Okay.
Hey, here we go.
Great to see you, Ayaan. Welcome.
Thank you.
I think we have to start with the extraordinary few months you've just had. For those people who haven't been following it, just tell us the story how such a famous atheist, someone who had rejected religion, came to call herself a Christian.
Oh.
Good question. Recap, everyone. Ayaan Hirsi Ali, way back. We already covered it briefly in the beginning, but anyone who was tuning in a couple minutes late, Ayaan Hirsi Ali, several months ago, announced that she is a Christian, and the question became, what does that mean? Because it didn't sound like she meant that she believed that Jesus is the divine Son of God who entered creation and died on the cross for sins and rose from the dead. And so the question is, what do you mean by Christian? Sounded like she meant something like cultural Christian or something like that. So he's asking, but she's been clarifying, and so now she's being asked here. But in the awkward presence and under the glaring, intimidating gaze of Richard Dawkins, look at him leaning in like, I dare you to say something. I dare you.
Yeah, she's already scared and humiliated by this.
She's even stuttering. Listen.
Yeah.
So I want to say that I didn't, like many people who come to faith, I didn't see big banging lights, and I didn't have any of those spectacular experiences that some people share. I wish I did, but I didn't.
You see?
I had...
You see, it wasn't a real conversion.
It wasn't a real conversion. You see, this is the proof that it's not true.
Several times per year, I'll get messages from people saying, David, do you have remorse now? And I'll go, no. And they go, then you're not a Christian. I'll go, what are you talking about? They go, yes. If you were a real Christian, you would have started feeling remorse. Which chapter and verse are you getting that from? And then they'll try to defend it by massacring scripture. Anyway, yeah, you do have all these. There are weird people. Yeah, there are weird people like come up with rules that make sense in their own minds.
A personal crisis. I lived.
Hang on, let's back this. She's saying she had a personal crisis.
Had a personal crisis. I lived for about a decade with intense depression and anxiety, self-loathing. I hit rock bottom. I went to a place where I actually didn't want to live anymore, but wasn't brave enough to take my own life. And so I was self-medicating. I had, over a long period of time, seen psychiatrists, other doctors. I was trying to understand my condition and trying to treat it with the help of pure evidence-based science.
Pure evidence-based science. Sounds like she's talking about medication there, right? She's talking to a psychiatrist and saying, I guess that would be a combination of like medication and seeing a psychiatrist or something like that. If you're talking about like what you would be, the scientific approach. So she said she was dealing with depression. I think she said anxiety. Who's that remind you of, AP? Just wanted to say it. Wanted to say it before one of the Dawa guys said it.
Well, it reminds me of Hitler, actually. He had anxiety too.
Did he? Oh, is that why you think it's so cool?
Yeah.
I'm just like him.
I actually don't have anxiety. I just say I have anxiety because Hitler had it too.
Because if you say you don't like something that he liked. This is interesting. So she said she was trying to deal with her anxiety and depression, and was depressed and lacked the courage to wasn't brave enough to commit suicide. That's actually one of the creepy things about certain antidepressants is you would think, I remember this from psychology class, you would think that depressed people have higher rates of suicide, but they don't. And so you have people who are depressed, they start taking a medication or something like that, and then they commit suicide because it kind of gives them like the people who are depressed are basically like, if I did it, I just screw that up too. They can't like get themselves up to even do that. And all of a sudden they take like Prozac or something like that and get all amped up. And then, now I can do what I want. And then people blame the medication when it was just, no, while you were depressed, you were too miserable to do much of anything. Not based, but Ayaan's based. Anyway, so she's talking to a psychiatrist.
And in January, February of last year, I saw one therapist who said, perhaps it's something else that you have, and she described it as spiritual bankruptcy. And that resonated with me, and having reached a place where I had absolutely nothing to lose, I prayed, and I prayed desperately. And for me, that was a turning point. And what happened after that is a miracle in its own right. I feel connected to something higher and greater than myself. I feel
Look at Dawkins here, by the way. Like a hawk. Look at him. He looks like he's about to pounce, man.
Oh, that's nonsense. You know very well it's all false.
That whole discussion right there was interesting because this is before she announced it. So this had all happened. And so this is totally different from, again, the interview we went through before where it was, hey, we need some kind of transcendent. The Nietzsche approach isn't working. We'll just create meaning and all this stuff. It's not working. And then whatever the new atheist thought was going to happen, it didn't happen. And now we're going to get crushed by communism and Islam, and Christianity is the only thing we've got that can actually stand against this stuff. Sounded completely like practical. And here it's also practical in a sense of she's like, she reached rock bottom and is depressed and suicidal. And then, okay, what have I got to lose? Let me pray. That's definitely not the exact same thing I went through, but I was very similar to that in that I had reached kind of a rock bottom. And then what have I got to lose if I pray? And anyway, here it sounded like she's actually praying, God help me. And then it happened. And so that is somewhat different than what she sounded like in the one clip that we went through a while back. Sehr interessant.
Sehr interessant.
My zest for life is back. And that...
You heard that, AP?
Mm-hmm.
So she prayed. She was depressed and miserable. She prayed for help, and now her zest for life is back.
I feel connected to something higher and greater than myself. I feel my zest for life is back. And that...
Hey, who's in this audience? Because the clip I saw, again, we haven't gotten there, but the clip I saw of Richard Dawkins is him blasting away at how Christianity is completely irrational and makes no sense. The crowd was cheering there. I guess they just have a mixed crowd. They have a mixed crowd there.
And that experience has filled me with humility, I have to say. And it is something that's very subjective. It's extremely difficult to explain. I'm trying to work, get into the details, the granular details of how I got there in a book, but that is a short That's, the shortest story that I can tell.
Hey, did you catch that? She's gonna write her experience in a book. She's actually always been like that. Whatever she goes through over a period of several years, she'll put out a book about it. I read her book. I read 2 books by her way back. This is way back in the day, but I read The Caged Version, which I didn't think was very good, and then her book Infidel, which I thought was a very good book. You ever read anything by her, AP?
Yeah, I read 2 things partially, not fully. One was Heretic, I think, and one was.
That's the one I didn't read. Yeah, I didn't read Heretic. Anyone read Heretic? Anyone out there read Heretic? Was that good?
Probably.
Yeah, I guess if she's gonna write a book about her new journey, I'll probably wait for that and not read. Look at the comments here. She lost her way because she misplaced her whiteboard. Hey, we should make the white. Guys, should we add the whiteboard to just our standard in jokes? We probably need to have some whiteboards handy to just constantly be bringing it up and have the clip of Ali Dawa always ready. I think that's would be a good addition to our repertoire. Dawkins looking like the Emperor. Which one? Like Palpatine? Emperor Palpatine. I'm looking at the comments about how Dawkins looks like. Dawkins looks like he's going to tip over. What's wrong with people, man? What's wrong with people messing with your hero? All right, back to Ayaan here.
And I'm
Let's go to Richard Dawkins.
Here we go.
reaction,
Here you go,
because-
AP.
That's a moving personal story, but to call yourself a Christian is a bit different. I mean, a Christian has to believe in something. And, you go to church now, and you listen to the vicar, and you kind of notice what a lot of nonsense he talks.
That's the Richard Dawkins way.
You've got to love that guy, though, right? Look, hey, check out. You see his tie on the big screen there. He's got the DNA. He's got the DNA on his tie to let everyone know that he's on the side of science. But dude, isn't it like messed up? I mean, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny, but kind of messed up. She was literally, for the past 2 minutes, I was depressed and miserable and suicidal. And I was at rock bottom, and I prayed for God to help me. And now I'm a Christian, and my zest for life has returned. And I'm so grateful, and I'm humbled now. And he's like, "But you know that this is all idiotic nonsense that your vicar is spouting." Isn't that weird?
It is a little bit.
Like, guys, you could put this in a completely different context. So some people are just so. Like atheism is so ingrained in them, you just have to attack. But it could be a completely different situation, right? Like imagine you see someone and they say, so supposing something that we regard as like silly or something like that, because that's how Richard Dawkins regards Christianity. But if someone said, you see someone and you've seen them and they've been depressed and all of a sudden they're like all happy and stuff, and you say, "Hey, what's going on?" It's like, "Well, I was really depressed. I walked up and I was about to hurl myself off this bridge because life sucks so bad, and then I found this little goat thing sitting there, and I was like, I think this thing is magic and gives me magic powers to be happier. And now I'm happy." I mean, if you were talking to someone who's just saying about how miserable and depressed and suicidal they were without it, it probably would, maybe eventually want to, question the validity of their believing that they're getting their magical powers from this little goat thing that they found. But would you instantly want to just start blasting? "Oh, that's stupid." Like, wait, I just told you I was about to jump off a bridge. "Well, what do you think your little goat thing? I will smash it. I'll break that little goat. I'll break that little goat to pieces. I'll make him scream."
I mean, he's not being that aggressive right now. He's just pointing out that he's just using some harsh words for something in a mild, relatively mild way. But I would say, if I was in a personal conversation one to one with somebody who tells me something like that, I would probably not bother getting into the discussion at all. But considering that it is a public discussion, I don't know.
And we don't know what the situation was behind the scenes. So it could have been like agreed upon. In other words, like the people who are setting up could have said, "Hey, we're actually interested in Ayaan going deeper into these things. But is it okay?" But we also know that there's going to be reactions from people like people in the atheist community who think that she made a silly move. What, Ayaan, Richard, would it be okay with you guys if she sort of presents where she's at? And Ayaan, would you be okay with being challenged mercilessly by Richard Dawkins on stage? So they may have all agreed like that. So he may not be a total jerk here. In other words, it may not be a situation where, "Hey, I was depressed and miserable and suicidal, and then I prayed and things are fine." And he just instantly starts blasting. It could in theory be understood that, hey, we're comfortable having this discussion now. But so there he was just saying, and I guess he is bringing up a valid point. Like, so you've told us your personal story, but you also go to church now and you hear things. So you've given us, something about your personal experience, but you go and sit down and you're hearing from someone now who's telling you about Jesus dying on the cross and then rising from the dead, and he died for sins and he's the Son of God and so on. Are you taking this seriously? Like, how do you not recognize that you've got a problem here?
Yeah.
Something like that, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Do you really take it seriously that Jesus is the Son of God? Jesus rose from the dead. Jesus was born of a virgin. And that's part of Christianity.
So I think because you, and I know you very well, we've been friends for a long time. And in fact, in some ways, I think of you as a mentor. I would say you're coming at this from a place of there is nothing. And what has happened to me is I think I have accepted there is something. And when you accept that there is something, and there is a powerful entity, for me, the God that turned me around, I think what the vicar is saying no longer sounds nonsensical.
Did she say the God turned me around? Hang on.
Accept that there is something, and there is a powerful entity. For me, the God that turned me around.
Okay, just to be clear, sounds like she actually believes in God who helped her. Doesn't sound like she's just talking about psychology there, but we'll see.
I think what the vicar is saying no longer sounds nonsensical. It makes a great deal of sense. And not only does it make a great deal of sense, it's also layered with the wisdom of millennia. And so, like you, I did mock faith in general, and probably Christianity in particular, but I don't do that anymore. And again, that is where the humility comes into it, is it doesn't seem, in 2024, after I went through that experience, it doesn't seem nonsensical to me, and I don't mock it. I think
couple things there. When she said it's the combined wisdom of millennia, there she sounds like Jordan Peterson to me. That seems like his view of like the Bible. It's like a record. Like if you asked him, I don't even know, but I mean, if you asked him, is the Bible true? It wouldn't mean. I think he would say yes. I don't think he would mean it, and he definitely wouldn't mean it in the same sense of an Orthodox Christian. But I think, and I don't know if he's changed, but in years past, it seems like Peterson regarded the Bible as like kind of like a history of man's interaction with the transcendent and so on. So it's true in that sense that it's like a record, and it's filled with many centuries of wisdom of people interacting with the transcendent. So there, it sounds like she said a bit of that, but she it was easy to miss. She actually countered. So Richard Dawkins was saying, oh, do you believe in this, in Son of God and miracles and the virgin birth? And then she points out, well, because you believe there's nothing out there. So yeah, if you believe there's nothing out there, yeah, that stuff doesn't make any sense. I'm not in that position anymore. I believe there's something out there. So once I believe in God, the other things make more sense. They're not as ridiculous to someone who believes in God. And that's true. If you don't believe in God and someone says a miracle has occurred, that does sound stupid. If you believe in God and someone says a miracle has occurred, yeah, it doesn't seem as stupid. So any thoughts on any of this, AP?
No.
Are you pondering this, or are you thinking about something else?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I'm wondering, because you're sitting there quiet, and I don't know if you're like, well, let me think about this, or if you're like, gosh, I like pizza. What about, but not as much as shawarma. Where can I get some good shawarma?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
Here, I'll lighten your mood. I didn't want to miss this. I wanted to wait for a while for the super chats, but we can't miss this one. And the moment will be too far past if I ignore it right now. But this person, Jack It Off, made our idea better. So we said it's always Sunni in Philadelphia, and he says instead of it's always sunny in Philadelphia, it's always Sunni in pedophilia. I mean, seriously, how did we never come up with that one? And how did we miss it right when we were joking about it's always Sunni in Philadelphia? How do we not catch that? I don't know.
That's funny.
We should make like a six-part show. It can't be in a bar. Where would it be? I don't know. But that would be fun. Hey, we have Lloyd444 became a channel member. I forgot to tell people, yes, there is, for channel members, there is a video. In other words, don't do it now, Lloyd, because we're live. But after the show, Lloyd and any of you other channel members, there is a video that has already been released in a post just for channel members. But there is a video. That video is coming out tomorrow. Anyone else can see it tomorrow. But channel members, you can check it out soon as we're done here. My wife now communicates with signals from headlights covering her face. Take that, Ali Dawa. That would be another fun joke if taking it more and more extreme. You ever see Key and Peele skits? Like there was half their skits are taking some observation, but instead of just commenting on the observation, they take it to more and more absurd extremes. We could do that with Ali Dawa stuff.
Yeah.
Ja Rule always on time. AP Rule always off time. Very, very rude. Very rude. Why is there a fatwa but no skinnywa? So not fair.
Yeah.
The Jew who believes in Ezra says, by the way, it's pronounced L-E-copter. The whole thing is that it sounds like helicopter. Ezrahu Akbar.
I know that.
It's L-E-copter, not Eli-copter.
No, I know that. Just saying it the American way or
It's
the English way.
The Ellie version. Ellie-copter. It does sound better. Mike's the best, but I am a nerd. Don't say Mike's the best here, unless you're talking about some different Mike. Who? Mike Tyson? Travis Cooks. Here's Lloyd again. What does AP think about most, if not every, mainstream religion always trying to claim Yeshua as their own, including a lot of Jews who just see him as a wise rabbi? Love the show. Much love from Northern Ireland. So this is asking you why you think everyone likes Jesus and wants him on their side.
I mean, it's not really everyone, right? It's like, I mean, obviously the Christian, different Christian groups, Christianity in general, because it's all based on him. And then there is Islam, which, and the reason for that is that Islam is basically just a pagan religion that hijacked Jewish and Christian beliefs, and also hijacked Jesus as a character without knowing anything about him, without understanding a single thing, and just completely perverting all of that in the mix and creating this giant mess of a complete pervert religion that it is. Aside from that, it's generally not. I wouldn't say that it's most or every.
It's literally
But-
everyone.
But yeah, so in this circle, that's and the explanation for Islam is quite simple. As said, it's because Muhammad didn't have any idea, and it's just a morally empty or morally poor religion that doesn't have anything for itself, so it just takes from others.
I think you're underestimating how much people want Jesus on their side. I think it wasn't until the new atheists that you started getting lots of atheists who had a negative view of Jesus. They're like, what are you talking about? You think this guy's nice? This guy preached hell. The heck is wrong with you guys? Everyone's going to burn? This is your nice guy, everyone? This is the guy you want on your side? Come on. So that was like and then, you had Sam Harris, and he's like, Jesus is kind of a mixed bag. Yeah, he said things like the golden rule, but he also said, as for my enemies who didn't want me to rule over them, bring them here and slaughter them in front of me. Which,
Yeah, that's ignorant. That's
he got
pretty
from
ignorant.
Dawa. He got that from the Dawa guys.
That's pretty ignorant. Well, Jesus has a very unique place in terms of religious figures. Where I don't know, I thought always very positively about Jesus, or the most positive that I ever thought about any other religious figure. And as I was going through a general world religions, I did think that there is only one other person who is kind of admirable in a sense, which would be the Buddha. But then it's not the same. It's not quite the same thing, because the Buddha is kind of lacking and is a little bit weird. And much of what people say about him is ascribed from later on, and uncertain, whereas Jesus is just this central figure and moral source, or source of everything there is when it comes to what Christianity is all about. And he is good. He's actually good. And we have said this before, and others have said this too. But if everyone was like Jesus in the world, it would be amazing. It would be peaceful. If everyone was like Muhammad, for example, on the other hand, everyone would be a murderer, a rapist, child molester.
Oh yeah, who said that? Who said that recently? Oh, that was Destiny. That was that was the Destiny clip. He said, yeah, I think if people behave like Jesus, I think the world would be a better place. He clearly didn't think that about Muhammad.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hey, you and I, right before this started, were briefly talking about this. You messaged me earlier, but Scoop Dog says that German cop who was stabbed, is weighing heavily on my mind. Might be on apps too. Yeah, I saw yesterday that he was on life support. But that he was only on life. They were only keeping him on life. They understood that he wasn't going to survive. They only had him on life support because he was an organ donor, and so they're going to keep his organs going until they're ready to give them to somebody. And an AP messaged me earlier today, said he died. So
yeah, he died. And there were some people saying he died, but there was no official confirmation. But then I don't know, hours ago, the official confirmation came out, and it was also reported all over the German media that he did indeed die. Yeah.
And you wonder if anyone's going to pay attention to what's going on. What's messed up in these situations is, this is something that's happened a ton of times in the past. Whenever someone gets a lot of attention for a successful attack, you end up with a bunch of copycats. Like everyone's like, "Oh, this actually works." Like as soon as, like you had the 9/11 attacks and so on, and then everyone was trying to do airplane attacks after that. You had the shoe bomber and all this stuff. Everyone's trying to do things on airplanes because that one was so successful for them. And then you had all kinds of other attacks. And then eventually someone just climbed in like a truck and plowed into a crowd. And then you had all these vehicular jihad, copycat jihadis. And then someone attacked a concert, and then everyone starts attacking concerts. And so you've always had the stabbings and stuff. But this one, as far as having it live stream, have you, AP, I don't know if this is a trend, but trying to do it while people are live streaming, because that's exactly what happened to Bishop Marmari Emmanuel. If I'm going to go stab this guy, why don't I do it while it's being broadcast to all his followers? But that's what happened there, right? They're broadcasting.
Yeah, it was live. It was being live streamed. It might also be just because streaming things live is becoming more and more the norm.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's
It was a publicly announced event. It was known that he was there. He was talking. So somebody just had the idea, okay, he's going to be there. I'm going to go and stab him.
Yeah, so it could have just been saying, oh, he's there, so I'm going to stab him. Or it could actually be a new feature where, hey, let's try and do our attacks while people are live streaming. But whatever the case may be, you have video of it. And the concern would be now you have all these young bucks watching the clip over and over again. Oh, he's a lion. What a legend. I want to be like that. Let me go grab my knife. Because here's the real sucky part. You have people trying to take down planes. Yeah, it really, really sucks if they bring down a plane. But you can take security precautions and make it very, very, very difficult for them to actually hijack a plane. You can make it difficult for people to get various kinds of explosives and so on. You can have informants, because normally if you're trying to get supplies to build something, people can catch on. It's pretty much impossible to stop someone from grabbing a knife and doing something with it. And so you don't get the same mass casualties that you get from like a 9/11. But on the other hand, it's almost impossible to stop someone. And so that's the situation we're in. That any idiot now can just go grab a knife and say, oh, it worked for him. Let me go grab a knife and start stabbing people in the neck. What are you laughing at? Why do you think stabbing people in the neck is so amusing?
Because it's funny.
ENT is a doctor specializing in ear, nose, throat. Oh yeah, the earlier one said ENT, and I said ent. I was thinking of those. Aren't the trees in Lord of the Rings called the Ents? I think I remember that from the movie. I think Mike Winger is the matey too much a nerd not to be. What is this? Is the mate too much a nerd not to be? What the heck? Sounds like a Winger fan. Wingnuts assemble and press the like button. What is up with the freaking Mike Winger fans, man? Now they're getting worse than the Groypers, dude. The Wipers, the Weepers. No, you can't do a better name than Wingalings. Wingalings even have a catchier name than much catchier name than Groypers. So stick to your name, nerds. Travis, are Shiite Muslims more or less peaceful? I have a good friend who was in a refugee camp with Christians in Iraq. What do you think? Are Shiites more or less peaceful than Sunnis?
It depends.
Yeah, I know my thoughts. I'm seeing how much we agree.
I don't know. My head is not very clear right now on this stuff, but they are peaceful in the sense that they had to keep a low profile and be more peaceful because they were a minority among Sunnis who were not treated very well and who were suppressed basically. But they have always had their violent side, and always had their aggressive side, and always had aggressive and violent ideas that in the near future things will change and justice will come and we will be superior over the others who have corrupted our faith and so on. But right now you see that a Shia government, for example, is one that feeds and fuels a lot of violent conflicts, and also promises a lot of violence. With the limited power that they have, they can't really do much, but that's what they are. I would say that they are not necessarily more peaceful, they're just conditionally more peaceful.
That would be my thoughts, that Shias have historically been in a different position. When Shias were strong at certain periods in the past, they were not, I don't think they were noticeably any more peaceful. If you look at most of the Muslim world, Shias are not the dominant force in the society. In Iran, they are. And how is Iran more peaceful than anything else in the world? So yeah, but I agree with AP. It's kind of a historical matter, and this connects to the 3 stages of jihad. It's not exactly the same thing, but again, when Muhammad was completely outnumbered, he preached a message of, hey, we'll let God decide in the end, but let's not fight over this stuff. That's what he preached when he was in the minority and couldn't fight back. And so you've had, for much of Islamic history, in most Muslim countries, Shias have been a minority. And so it makes sense in those contexts to say, hey, guys, let's all get along, and let's, hey, we're all Muslims here. Let's not fight amongst this. If we have disagreements, we'll let God decide in the end. But then once they have the dominant force in society, the message changes, just like everywhere else in Islam. Hey, I totally forgot about this. The kid from Beavis and Butthead with the winger shirt. There was this little dorky kid in class, and he had a shirt that said winger on it. That's like prophetic, that the dorkiest kid on the show way back in the 1990s had a shirt that said winger on it. I'm going to get that. Let's see. If all converts to Islam are considered reverts, doesn't that mean everyone who isn't a Muslim is considered an apostate by default? Very dangerous. I've heard that issue brought up before. So if we're all actually ex-Muslims, if we're all born as Muslims and we all leave Islam, doesn't that mean we're all apostates? But I've never heard anyone say that's why we're going to apply the apostasy laws to everyone. You never heard that either, have you?
No.
Yeah. So yeah, you could bring that up as an issue for Muslims and ask them to explain it, but I don't think it's dangerous in the sense of, I don't think there are Muslims out there going, they're all apostates, let's kill them all. They would want to murder us for other reasons. What's some good sources on whether Gnostic Gospels are heretical, and or about when they were written versus the actual Gospels? What's up?
I would say just read them, and you will notice that they don't sound at all like the Gospels.
Yeah,
but
not at all.
There is plenty of research on it as well.
And the archons of the pleroma did emanate from amongst the. It sounds like a carpenter talking to some fishermen. No,
it sounds pretty cool, and it's like, it sounds magical, but it's just obviously not authentic.
Yeah, and I have to say, when you read the first century Gospels and Jesus is explaining things to people in terms of fishing and farming, that kind of sounds like a guy who's in a community where people are fishing and farming and so on. So anyway, seems relevant when you're reading one of the Gnostic Gospels and it sounds like Scientology or something like that. That's a good tip off. But with that said, yes, you can find books going through Gnostic Gospels and so on. But yeah, you can find all that stuff online. You can look up the Gnostic Gospels. I mean, you can get the entire Nag Hammadi library. You can get the entire book that's got the Gnostic Gospels and stuff on there. But I mean, you have all that stuff online. You have all that stuff online. You could look up articles on when they're written, and how silly they are. But yeah, they are heretical. To varying degrees. The Third Orange says, can we all sit back and appreciate how, according to D. Wood, Mike Winger has gone from simply a nerd to one of the most reprehensible humans in history? Hey, that's on him. That's on him. If you go from being a nerd to being one of the most reprehensible people in history, that's on you. Right? I mean, AP's hero went from being a crap painter to a genocider. That's on him. That's not on people like pointing it out. That's on him.
Yeah.
Ooh, here's a good quote. We'll get back to the video now. Here's a good quote to have on the screen. You created us for yourself, O Lord, and our hearts are restless until they rest in you. You have Saint Augustine saying that a long, long time ago. And here's Ayaan. But here, now we have our good friend and hero, Richard Dawkins, ready to pounce. Ready to pounce. How dare you say that this saved your life? I will destroy this foundation of your new zest for life.
I've come down to my knees to say, perhaps those people who've always had faith have something that we who lost faith don't have. And people who have faith also, like the woman who told me, well, you've tried everything and you've lost hope, you've lost faith. Try it, pray. I think just in that one word, there is so much wisdom and that it's. I am stuttering and I'm staggering to say. I'm just trying to say no. It's not stupid. Okay. It's in fact it's clever and it's wise.
Yo, AP.
Mm-hmm.
What are you writing?
I'm reading the Gnostic Gospel to look for something. I'm reading the Gospel of Thomas.
Did you want to quote how dumb it is? Go to verse, what is it, 114?
No, I'm just reading the beginning of the Gospel of Thomas.
How are you not listening to Ayaan Hirsi Ali?
I'm doing both of these things at the same time.
Do you have verse 114 there?
Which 114 of which of what?
Of the Gospel of Thomas.
Oh, I don't know. What is the numbering even here? It doesn't even have proper numbering.
Oh, it doesn't have the numbers on it? Oh,
no, it just goes like in poetry form.
Oh boy, you got a crap version.
In the middle of the world, I came in a body, and I found them drunk. None were thirsty. My soul was afflicted for mankind, for they are blind at heart and do not see. Empty they enter this world, empty they will leave, but now they're drunk. When they sober up, they will change their knowledge, and fortified city will be built above them. It said at some point that once you find the knowledge that you seek for, you will become immortal and rule over all. Things like that. It's very okay. Cool.
Hey, did you hear Ayaan say? So she went to a therapist, and she's asking for help from the therapist, and the therapist says, "Hey, maybe it's a different problem. Maybe it's spiritual emptiness."
Oh yeah.
And at first I was thinking, oh wow, she got a Christian counselor, she got a Christian therapist. But then right now as she was talking, I was thinking, wait a minute, I had my psychology professor was an atheist, but he talked about how he would talk about, there was a topic one day when they're going through kind of the history of psychology and back in the day when people would like cast out demons and so on. And he would say people still do that today. And he said, and they have, he goes, the weird thing is they have remarkably high success rates. And he goes, why is that? Now, from an atheistic perspective, it's like a placebo effect type thing. It's well, if you believe that a demon has been cast out of you, you may actually believe that you're better off and so on. And so you may improve. So then I was thinking, well, maybe it's a therapist who doesn't believe in anything. And they've just seen, hey, people work better when they are praying and attending church and having meaning and so on. So, hey, have you thought about going to church, Ayaan? But yeah, I don't know. So anyway, the point was that could actually be a psychologist could be a Christian psychologist or an atheist psychologist, and could just be saying, wow, hey, you've tried other stuff. Why don't you try that?
Yeah.
But I don't know. Let's see. I'm waiting for Richard Dawkins to pounce on her more.
So you believe in some kind of higher power.
Here we go.
Which is comforting you. And you're reacting from an Islamic past, and I know that from what you've written, that part of what you feel is that Christianity is a bulwark against Islam, which is a quite separate thing from what you've been now saying, but you stand by that. I mean, that's part of what you're saying. And I accept that, and I support that. That's why I've called you a political Christian. But from what you've just said, it sounds as though you're more than just a political Christian. I mean, it sounds as though you actually believe it.
So what is your response to those specific questions of Richard? When the vicar is saying that Jesus is the Son of God literally, not figuratively, how do you square that with your highly trained rational mind?
This is actually funny, man, because Dawkins there, he's just saying, hey, when you are acting like it's you're believing in this because it's helping you and because it may be a bulwark against something worse, I was totally on board with you. But now you're sounding like someone who actually believes this stuff.
Are you crazy? Are you mad?
It's funny, like, isn't that weird? We've talked about this before, but it's like, if you were an atheist and someone said they believe, like, why would you care? Like, what would, how, does it really matter, Richard? I mean, you're all old, Richard. Why would you care if she actually believes something? Is the world going to fall apart if Ayaan Hirsi Ali, who was depressed and suicidal, if she actually, I believe that. No, I have to stop this. I have to do something about this. This is interesting to me. I find this really actually fascinating because this is something we talked about it before, but from an atheist perspective, and if you go back before the new atheism, atheists back in the day were kind of like you, AP, like in the sense of, why am I going to go around attacking all this stuff? I don't, if it's not a threat to me, why am I going to go around attacking? If it's not like destroying the world or something like that, why would I care what other people believe? And then you get to the new atheism, and it's no, we have to attack everyone because it's all bad and it's going to destroy science and it's hindering the world. It's suffocating progress and so on. And so we have to attack in all directions. But then along the way, you get actually maybe Christianity was helping us more than we realized. And so the question is, once you realize actually this is helping you, well, the only reason that made sense from an atheistic perspective to want to be going around and attacking people's beliefs was that if you regarded those beliefs as dangerous and harmful to you, if you start to regard them as helpful in a sense, not in all senses, he's made that clear, but in the sense of it's actually protecting you from worse things, then what? And especially when you're sitting right across from one of your friends who's talking about how messed up she was and how whatever this is, her belief that it's true is helping her, and you want to attack it. Her belief that this is true is helping her flourish, and he wants to attack it. I just have to say, AP, you can give your take. To me, this looks like a kind of spiritual issue where I'm going to do something even if it makes no sense from an atheistic perspective because I can't help myself because of the powerful
I think it's just
powerful demons.
I think it's just because David. It's just because Richard Dawkins has the role of the guy who speaks against the truth of or who debates religion and who claims so forcefully that these religions are not true, and he maintains this whole idea that he comes from this rational, fully scientifically valid point of view. So he kind of has this thing here, this obligation to publicly challenge it. I can imagine that even if Richard Dawkins was sitting there with Ayaan Hirsi Ali in private, and Ayaan Hirsi Ali was kind of was saying these things to somebody else in his presence, I don't think he would feel quite as compelled to jump on it. But this here, because it is public and because this is his job, he of course feels the need to jump in and to argue.
That's true. Or it's just he's possessed by demons and can't help himself.
Or that,
yeah. It is kind of I don't. Even in the midst of he's doing this, I'm thinking like, what the heck is wrong with him? There's something still likable about it. You know what I mean?
the guy.
There's something admirable about the I mean, I think lots of his reasoning in areas of philosophy and theology and so on is just plain silly. But there's something admirable about the look. I think that's stupid, so I'm going to tell you it's stupid. I think that's ridiculous. So I'm gonna tell you. I'm not going to hold back. So there is something. I don't know. There is something I like about the guy, even though
I see where he comes from and how serious and how genuine he actually is. Always have, and I think that no matter where I stand, I will always think positively of Richard Dawkins, because I think he's likable and he means well, and yeah, that's it.
and he's helping clear the path for Islam to conquer Western society. That's what we love most about it.
Exactly, that's what I appreciate so much.
Jenia says a sense of community also helps mental health. Yes, it does. Yeah, and that's why I pointed out that even an atheist psychologist would say, "Hey, why don't you go join a church if you're?" But I mean, it's like some psychologists would just be like, different things are going to work for different people. If you've tried all these things and they're not working, why don't you go try this? And maybe that helps. The only point was it wouldn't have to be a Christian telling someone to go try going to church. It could be just someone who knows the statistics on things that help. On the issue, hey AP, because I mentioned like we should do some sort of show. It's always Sunni and pedophilia, but now I'm thinking we could just take one of their advertisements for a season and put faces of the Dawa guys over top of their faces, but have them like in the bar, have the Dawa guys' faces. So Ali Dawa, Daniel Hakikachu, Muhammad Hijab, the Muslim cowboy, and then just change the graphic to it's always Sunni and pedophilia. I think that would be a good meme for people who like the show. For people who like the show. If people don't know about the show, they're not going to have any clue what it's about. But people who like the show, I think that would be good.
If people don't like the show, then they should. I mean, their life is meaningless. I don't know why they exist actually.
Yeah, it is. They have. Oh my goodness. If I made a list of the top 10 episodes, most hilarious episodes of any show I've ever seen, that show has like 3 or 4 of the top 10 funniest shows I've ever watched.
Yeah, I think it is genuinely the funniest show I have ever seen.
The evolution debate. They have a trial on evolution. that was awesome. What's awesome about the show is, and it's similar with South Park in that they're equal opportunity offenders. They'll make fun of everyone. They'll make fun of Christians. They'll make fun of atheists. They'll make fun of Islam. They'll make fun of everything. And that's cool. That's cool. It's when you only blast away at the people who aren't going to attack you. That's when it's, I don't know. There's something not funny about it. You could be telling the funniest thing. You could be making fun of Mormons and be as hilarious as imaginable. If you won't do it to anyone else because they might get mad, then I don't know. You're something not funny about it. You sound like a punk.
They also did this thing after the year that Donald Trump won the election. Their first episode in the new season was the whole episode long. They're talking about how they participated in election efforts and messed things up completely, and everything went weird, and they were horrible people while doing this to support their candidate, whom they wanted to support so much. And of course, with the way this is going, you expect that they're going to reveal that they worked for the Donald Trump campaign all along. And in the end, when the guy who was interviewing them is like, "So you did all of this because you want to support Donald Trump?" And they're like, "Donald Trump? No, Kanye West."
There was They also go meta on certain shows, but there was that one where the entire show they're wondering why their bar has never won an award.
Oh, I love that.
And they're going and checking out other bars that win awards. But the real issue is why their show never wins any awards, like Emmy awards and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so the entire show is them figuring out how to make their bar so that their bar can win an award as best bar, and they can't figure it out. But they're figuring out all the things that work for other bars, but it's all the things that work on shows, right? And so they go to the other bar, and And yeah, it's all the things that work for that bar that make it the top bar are actually things that make shows popular. And then in the end, they decide to be themselves, and they sing this big song, "Go F Yourselves." And but they're talking to the like the Emmy Awards and stuff like that. We're not changing.
so
Go F Yourselves. And it's
basically, they are indirectly saying with that whole episode at the end, to all those who are not giving that show an award, go F yourselves.
yeah. Which is, but they never say one word about it. The entire show is why their bar never wins an award. Anyway, that's I like stuff like that because it's like I don't know. That's how I like the thinking. I like the thinking. That's good for like skits and stuff like that. That's
We're
one.
talking about It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, for those who are asking. Yeah, It's Always
Yeah.
Sunny in Philadelphia. That's the show.
Yeah, I like stuff like that because it gives me ideas for skits. I'll see something and be like, oh, how could I adapt that? And I'll see something else. I go, oh, how could I adapt that for something, for a funny skit or something like that? Tarun is a chaos agent sent by Mike Winger. Probably.
Mostly.
Richard Dawkins is the Larry David of atheism. Changed my mind. I guess in the sense of being like some kind of old likable guy who's like constantly blurting out annoying things, but there's something likable about it and endearing. I guess that's in that sense. Yeah, that's good. All right. Back to Richard.
Well, it is, again, different planes of perception. So I choose to accept Jesus Christ, the teachings of Jesus Christ, the story of Jesus Christ. I choose to accept that. So on the personal level, the rewards I get, very subjective again, but mine and through choice, which is separate from where I think that, aside from my personal experience, the history of Western civilization is mainly Christian, and that the external forces, for instance, the spread of Islam non-violently or violently, and the challenge of Islam and the message of Islam to Western civilization can be countered and should be countered with the message of Western civilization, which is essentially Christian. And in that sense, I think there are more people who agree with me, but that is on the societal level. And then on the civilizational level, I think that every moral, you've used yourself, Richard, the phrase lately that there is moral Christianity and there is cultural Christianity. And when moral and cultural Christianity collides with moral and cultural Islam, or moral and cultural Confucianism, or cultural authoritarianism, I think then perhaps we're on the same page about that might be a way of countering it.
Yes.
But on the personal level, yes, I choose to believe in God. And I think there we might say, let's agree to disagree.
You see, she's a weakling. She can't answer. That's why she says, let's disagree.
See, that was interesting because I mean, Richard Dawkins is old now. So he's not as good a communicator as he was when he was younger. In the 90s, if you were listening to a lecture from someone, I mean, one of the greatest communicators there was a reason this guy became so prominent in the new atheist movement. The guy the new atheists did tend to rally around people who had a way with words. So Christopher Hitchens had a way with words. Sam Harris was so quick. That guy spoke an entire paragraphs off the top of his head. But Dawkins, very, very, very good communicator as far as communicating his ideas. So he hasn't declined like, something like Biden or something like that, but he's not as quick as he once was, but he's still a clear communicator. Ayaan Hirsi Ali, so, English is like her like third language or something like that. So she's not as quick, but I mean, yeah, so she's, she fumbles over certain words and so do I do. And this is my native language. But when I'm thinking about what she just actually said, because she's responding to Richard Dawkins and she's making very good responses here. So Dawkins is pointing out, hey, I was fine with you when you were treating it like Christianity, like it's a bulwark against something worse, or that it's just giving you some personal help. But now you're sounding like you actually believe it. And then she said, well, I choose to believe it. I choose to believe it, which that's kind of interesting to me. The idea that you can choose what to believe. That's a position in philosophy that's called doxastic voluntarism, that you can will yourself into believing something. I could sit back and look, and it doesn't even have it might not have anything to do with evidence. I think, that would be the best thing for me to believe. And you could just, then all of a sudden you believe it. In other words, if you were like kind of an Andrew Tate thing or something like that, it doesn't seem like Andrew Tate has ever really believed in Islam. It just sounds like back when he converted, it was like, hey, these guys look like they're going to be on the winning side because they kill everyone who disagrees with them. So I'll go ahead and be on that side. He specifically said that. He said it's like betting on the stock market. This is the stock I think that is going to rise in the future. But imagine a situation where you could say, hey, if I'm betting on a stock and I'm picking a religion like I would bet on a stock, then I'm going to go with Islam because I think it's going to last. And you could just turn a switch on and say, okay, now I believe that Muhammad is the greatest man ever, and the Quran's the perfect word of Allah, and so on. Like, you just decide, hey, I'm going to believe all of this. That's kind of, to me, that sounds really, really weird. Like, I'm going to decide based on some practical consideration that something is true. Here's something that works, therefore I'm going to decide to believe that it's true. That sounds weird to me, but there may be people who can do that. But anyway, so what Ayaan say, hey, I choose to believe this stuff. I'm not being forced into this. I'm not being oppressed into this. I choose to believe this, Richard. So she brought up two things. One, yes, I choose to believe in God, and I choose to believe in Jesus. I choose to believe these things. But I also believe that Christianity is necessary as a bulwark to stand against other things. You and I, Richard, are on the same page on that other stuff. We're on the same page as far as Christianity helping stand against things like Islam. So we only disagree on whether these things are true, but why can't we just agree to disagree? That was funny because if Richard keeps going after her at this point, which he's going to, I'm sure, if he keeps going after her, then it's like, wait, she said, hey, we disagree on this, and it's not a problem. We disagree. It's not a huge, you don't have to refute me. It's not, what I believe is not bad for you. You've acknowledged that this could be helping you. What's your problem here? I think it's kind of funny. But anyway, I think she's making good points here. Hey, you and I are on the same page about Christianity in this sense. We have a disagreement in this sense, but what's your problem? Why can't we disagree?
You know what's funny? I saw before and read also before, especially from people who joined the Andrew Tate's war room or whatever it is and tried it out, including the trading advice and things like that. And they said it's terrible trading advice. It's horrible. Now that thinking about that once more, of him saying that, it's thinking about it like stocks.
He has bad views of trading. That's why he went with Islam.
If you could bet on anything, he would bet on Islam because it's like the best stock at the moment. It makes sense now. He just has terrible judgment, which is why he's betting on Islam.
Yeah, and he's good at thumping his chest and stuff. But you're right, that is a good point, and it applies to other areas in his life. Like, he thought the best way to make money was human trafficking and the lover boy method, and doesn't realize that it's illegal. And then, now he's going to prison for a long time. This is the guy you're listening to on advice about how to choose what's best for the world and what's best for your life and so on.
People are stupid.
Pretty stupid. Oh, there's a super chat I want to get through because it's related to what Ayaan was just saying. Got to go through a couple real quick. Christ is humble. Jesus Christ is humble, yet indignant every day. Will Tarun choose the cow? No, he's a vegan. It's funny. Dude, all we did was mess with Tarun a little bit just because veganism stuff, because he did post a couple comments that had veganism at one point. We started acting like everything is about veganism, but now everyone's acting like everyone's messing with Tarun. Guys, Tarun is not, we like Tarun. Tarun is cool. We're just messing with him because we're like, well, I have to say we kind of like messing with people.
Well, I just don't like his whole vegan stuff.
Yeah, he is just like 24/7 vegan. Everyone's got to be a vegan.
Vegan. Just leave me alone with the vegans, man.
I would choose the cow, but not to eat. Here's the one I wanted to get to. Ayaan said, so I don't know where this was. I don't know if that's in this interview because I haven't seen it. But Ayaan said she told the therapist she had a bad experience with religion. And the therapist said, if you could imagine God to be however you like, what would he be like? And Ayaan said she started describing and she realized it was Jesus. Well, that is interesting. So Ayaan's depressed, talking to a therapist. She tells the therapist about all her bad experiences, and again, you can read about those. We read about her really, really bad, messed up experiences, her really bad Islam experiences with religion in Infidel, and so that has impacted her over the years. It's part of why she ended up rolling with the new atheist crowd. And so she's sharing her awful experiences with religion. And the therapist says, well, if you could imagine God to be whatever you like, what would he be like? Describe what you would want God to be like. And then she ends up describing someone who sounds exactly like Jesus. That is interesting. Is that who's this from? This is from 1901. Alina. You don't need to give a super chat, Alina. Let's just look at the regular chat here. But is that in this interview or is that somewhere else? Did she write that somewhere or is that in this interview?
I think it's somewhere else, as far as I understand from somebody else commented too.
Yeah, guys, send me that link somehow, like title or something like that, somewhere in the comments afterwards or something like that. I'd like that. I'd like to make. I might.
That's a very interesting experiment. However,
Richard Dawkins here, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead.
Here's the problem. If I was asked that question, it would be a little bit of a problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you'd want someone who like exterminates everyone you don't like and stuff.
No. I would probably come to a little bit of a different conclusion at this point. I'm not sure, but maybe I'll think about this a little bit.
Yeah. So, yeah, just so everyone knows, one, I find this interesting. Two, I agree with AP. This would be a problematic methodology.
Yeah.
Because you could go to different people and say, if you could imagine God to be however you like, what would he be like? Ask a 7th century Arab that question. I want an eternity where all I do is bang virgins all day. Oh, well, we got a religion for you.
And I want them to be fair-skinned and have breasts that are precisely to my liking.
Yeah. With desirable front passages. That's an actual quote. I think we're being sick here. These are actual quotes we're giving here. So, yeah, that would be a flawed methodology. That would be a flawed methodology to say, go around to people, say, hey, what do you like best? If God could be whatever you want, what would he be like? And then start describing that and then go with whatever religion teaches that. That would be a flawed methodology. There's an additional factor that Ayaan has been massively influenced by Western culture. She got out of the Muslim world, despised it. Wow, Western culture is so much better. It's so great. And so she liked a lot of ideas of Western culture, which were influenced by Jesus. And so if she's talking about the things she likes, yeah, it would be the sort of God who produces the things she likes. And just as a historical matter, Jesus produced a lot of the things that she likes. And so that would kind of make sense. And so it is, there are some problems with the methodology here, but at the same time, there's got to be there's something right about it in the sense of like if someone is thinking, I don't know, if they're thinking clearly and they're actually right about what is good and what is right for the world and so on, and if you are saying what kind of God would produce these things that are actually good and right, and you're basing your judgment on, there's something right about that. So anyway, yeah, I think there's a problem with the reasoning here, but I don't think it's totally wrong. It's just how would you? I don't know. You'd have to clarify what the actual methodology, because there has to be some criteria. It can't just be whatever you'd prefer, or you'd end up with the virgins, deflowering virgins for all eternity.
Well, there's also the other. It can also go into a completely different direction. Because when I think about this question, and I don't want this to be misunderstood, but this is my initial thought about it. If I was asked this question, I think I would imagine as the ideal, God, of something something that in my understanding is not worse as we understand it, worse as in whatever we just described, the 7th century Arabs would feel, but better and more merciful and so on, and more helpful and so on in different ways. So and but it doesn't have to be that way, right? I might just have a warped or a different understanding of what more merciful or better is, and it might be that I'm actually just wrong on this. But if you just ask me about the ideal God, I would have more expectations and could go wrong on that.
To put what you just said differently, if you're saying, hey, what should God be like? If God was like what you think he should be like, what should he be like? That can go totally in the direction of the problem of evil, in the sense of, here's the God I would like. I would like a God who does all this stuff, but God, there's obviously no God that does all this stuff, so that God obviously doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Something along those lines. Yeah, so we need more clarifications and more criteria on what the method is. We have one here from Christian Gadfly.
But if it works for her, so.
Yeah, that's a different issue though, right? What's practically speaking, what actually works. And then she's saying she chooses to believe it, so she actually does take these things seriously. But yeah, so there's some interesting things going on here. The Christian Gadfly here says the clarification David is struggling with is the God you most want versus best possible God. So you're saying like what God, and that would kind of be the issues. Like you don't want to say what based on your desires, what God would you most prefer versus what would be the best possible God. But I think that's
what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, we should do something. Design your own God. And have different people. That would be, dude, wouldn't that be like cool interviews, like pulling people aside and saying, hey, if you could design your own God, what would it be like? And actually getting different people's views.
Yeah, but it almost sounds like blasphemy. I don't know.
Yeah, we could have like little pieces, like we're putting together a person's like but then when different people put together like the sort of God they'd want to believe in, then we like pick the religion that has the God that's closest to that.
Oh yeah.
Dude, that could be one of those like online things where it asks you questions. What would you prefer, this or that? What do you prefer, this or that? And at the end, it tells you what religion you should choose.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, again, so there are some issues with the methodology, but you would need some clarifications like this. What exactly are you just picking based on your desires and so on, or what the best possible God would be like? But then when you're saying best possible God, you got to deal with the issues that like what AP is bringing up. Well, if I'm thinking what the best possible God would be, it would be like this. And that doesn't even sound like the God you guys are talking about. And so, all right, let's get back to this.
I didn't hear that.
She's saying let's agree to disagree on the details.
Never. I have to destroy you.
It's more than just details. I mean,
it's funny. He can't help himself. He really can't. Like I haven't seen this. I don't know what he's about to do, but I know he can't. He's just not going to hold back. It's kind of funny.
Okay. I wanted to say two different things. Let's take the moral thing first. Islam is a nasty religion. I think we agree about that.
What? What'd you say?
Did you say nasty religion?
I think he said Islam is a nasty religion.
Okay.
Let's go back. So I think he's basically going to say I agree with you on that.
And somebody said something in the crowd.
Oh, you want to hear what the crowd said? We'll listen.
Okay. I wanted to say two different things. Let's take the moral thing first. Islam is a nasty religion. I think we agree about that. But Christianity is not all that nice.
Oh yeah, someone yelled something. I don't know what that was. No! Allah
How dare you!
I mean, seriously, with everyone trying to go around stabbing people on stages and stuff like that, and while broadcasting, I'm hoping these guys keep good security for events like this.
Yeah.
And when you think about Christianity, Christianity is obsessed with sin. St. Augustine said that we all inherit the sin of Adam. Well, of course he didn't exist, but so we inherit original sin. Original sin came down in the semen. Jesus was not conceived with semen, that's why he's clear of sin. His mother Mary had to be clear of sin as well, so she had to have an immaculate conception. This is all obvious nonsense. This is all theological bullshit.
Wait, is this what Augustine said?
What?
Is
Yeah, I'm trying to understand, because this wouldn't be biblical. You've got some of the ideas, but yeah, I don't know. I haven't studied Augustine for probably 20 years or so, so I wouldn't know if he's. I'm like you. I don't know if he's just saying, because he brought up Augustine, but then I don't know if he's saying this is what Augustine says or if this is what Christianity teaches and it's silly. Because if you're just saying Augustine said it, but it's not actually. So in Christianity, you have the idea that Jesus is born of a virgin and so on. You don't have the rest of the stuff about sin being transmitted through semen and stuff like that. So I don't know about that. Oh, see what I mean? He called it BS and they cheered. Bunch of pagans.
The idea that humanity is born in sin and has to be cured of sin by Jesus being crucified, Jesus being punished for all our sins. And that is a morally very unpleasant idea. I'm sure you must agree about that.
So, go back to your therapist and smack her in the mouth for telling you to go to church. It's interesting, the idea of original sin, because Muslims fixate on this too. Atheists usually don't. That's why not nearly as much as Muslims. They jump all over the original sin issue, which is interesting for two reasons. One, you do find the issue of original sin in the Muslim sources. Muslims just aren't aware of it. But two, if you're saying like what the idea of original sin is that human beings inherit a sin nature. In other words, Adam falls into sin. And he's just in a different state after that. He's just in a different state, and all his future offspring are from that state that he was in. But if you're saying, so you inherit a kind of sin nature, you inherit this inclination to sin. What's weird to me about Muslims objecting to it is not just the idea that you find it in the Muslim sources. It's that if you wanted an empirically verifiable theological doctrine, saying that human beings have a built-in tendency to sin would be pretty, I don't know. If I could verify certain religious claims, that seems like one you have a pretty darn good case for. See, I seem to have a pretty darn good case that human beings have a tendency built in to sin. So, yeah, as an atheist, you wouldn't call it sin. And as an atheist, you wouldn't say it's because of original sin. If from a Christian perspective, you are saying, hey, I believe we all have a sin nature, it seems like you don't have anything in the world that would contradict. There's no observation that conflicts with that, is what I'm saying. And you have a lot of observations that would line up with that.
Yeah, I'm...
Are you reading Augustine right now?
Actually, yes, but just to look up a source. But the thing is,
how did I know?
You know what I do.
That's what they do.
But
looking up semen in Augustine. That's what they do.
I do think about the whole original sin aspect as well. But so while it is while you could consider it, I don't know, questionable or problematic, right, from the outside, I don't think that it is necessarily like such a greatly nonsensical thing, or if you want to regard it as a part of the problem of evil or whatever it is, I just do not think that it's that big of a problem, unless you want to be as strict, as literal, and as absolutely rejecting of any higher understanding of something that you wouldn't accept among humans, as you can be. That is just, I don't think it's that big of a problem.
Yeah. So what we're saying here is I'm not an atheist, but if I were, or an agnostic or something, and we wanted to criticize Christianity, it would probably not be based on that. We would have other criticisms. Yeah, and I have to say, I did criticize Christianity. I did criticize Christianity when I was an atheist a lot. It was not based on the idea of original sin. It was other issues. It was more things along the lines of, like, my version of the argument from evil was, if God existed, he would wipe us all out because we're disgusting, filthy creatures. Since he hasn't wiped us out, then he obviously doesn't exist. And then other things were like, hey, if God wanted me to believe, it was some of the stuff you get pretty standardly. But if God wanted me to believe in him, he could. That would be very easy to do. He could just, hey, move this or do that or something like that, and it's not happening. And then if I were objecting to the story of the Garden of Eden, it would be like, why is God putting a tree there and then saying not do this? It's entrapment. It's entrapment. I thought that. So things like that. And then people just believe what they're taught to believe by their parents, and so how are you going to be responsible for that? So those are my kind of objections. But yeah, I don't think I ever brought up original sin as an objection.
But yeah, so that's a terrible argument. So I understand why you left atheism, which is the whole argument that if I was God, I would have wiped out everyone. Doesn't make sense.
It made perfect sense to me. Everyone's like, if God existed, he would give us this beautiful hedonistic paradise. I'm like, are you joking? Look around at you, bunch of scum. If God existed, he'd wipe us all out. Let's see. Popular British cleric calls for execution. Popular British cleric calls for execution of apostate Ayaan Hirsi Ali. She caused enough mischief, yeah. Also that Turk guy too, said Dawkins. Popular British cleric. Nice testimony, you weakling. Nick Highlander. Let's see, Dawkins. So, this is classic. Dawkins. So what I'm hearing is you believe in a divine knob twiddler. How preposterous, Ayaan. For those of you who don't know what that is about, this is what I'm talking about when I talk about Dawkins was a great communicator. He was responding to the fine-tuning argument. He's describing it as like, so you can imagine as all these knobs have to be adjusted and gotten to just the right place and for the universe to work and stuff. So we can understand that. And so Christians believe in this divine knob twiddler, which divine knob twiddler sounds like something else. And of course he knew it, but that's what's funny, right? So he's responding to an argument while simultaneously being super funny, and that's some good communication there. Hey, you guys should check out Peterson's interview with Alex O'Connor. He affirms the resurrection in it and elucidates his position more generally. Yeah, that's what I actually wanted to do today. I wanted to go through that, but I was going to have to watch it last night, and then. Yesterday, while we were live, AP, Mrs. Apostate, sent me this video and said, hey, this would be a good one to check out. This is because I've been looking. I mentioned yesterday, I've been looking for this, but I'd only seen clips where people recorded the big screen behind them from their phone and the audio was crap. So I didn't want to go through that. But then they just yesterday released the full video. So anyway, went with this because I'm interested. Guys, I mean, we're sitting here watching this interview and stuff like that. This to me is this discussion, what's going on, is like a microcosm of a much bigger issue in civilization, which is, I think, one of the most important issues of our time. And I have no idea how this is going to play out. But the issue I'm focusing on, which this is an example of, is this thing that's happening in society right now where you had the new atheists come along and, hey, if people turn away from religion, society's going to get better and more rational and more scientific. And then, so you had, for the first time, millions of people leaving Christianity and becoming atheists. And then atheists suddenly realizing along the way, hey, this isn't what we thought was going to happen is not happening. Society doesn't seem to be getting better and more rational and more scientific. It seems to be, something else seems to be happening. And now Islam is just going in and just eating us alive. And so what's going on here? And so they're stuck in this position. And so what do you do when you're like Richard Dawkins and you think, oh, Christianity is a bulwark against other things. So Christianity is actually good for us in certain ways, even though I don't believe it and I believe it's nonsense, and I would prefer everyone's just atheist and lives really well. But you don't know how to actually make that work. You don't know how to get your like picture of how things are supposed to work. You don't know how to make it actually happen. And so it seems like second best option for you would be for Christianity to deal with the issues and just let you be, an atheist, but you're not out like trying to convert everyone to it, or Islam comes in and conquers you. But once you realize, hey, wait a minute, Christianity was doing things in society that were actually way more helpful. Well, guess what? You already have millions of atheists, ex-Christian atheists now. What do? Do you tell them, hey, guys, go back to Christianity because we need that in society? In other words, you've already kind of done the damage. You've already weakened society. You've already done something that is massively problematic. So how do you go back from it? You can't say everyone believe in Christianity again. You can't do it. Like you're Richard Dawkins. You don't believe this stuff. You can't say go believe in that. So what do you actually do? Do you say, let's all pretend that it's true? Let's all get the practical benefits without actually believing it? This is what Richard Dawkins said. I love the cathedrals and the music. And okay, what do? You have the cathedrals and you have the music and you go to church when you don't actually believe in any of it? And if so, if you created an entire society of culturally Christian atheists, right? They're people who don't believe any of it. They regard it all as nonsense, but they accept that, hey, we need this for our society. Would that even work? That's the point. I don't think that would actually work. I don't think a bunch of people acting like Christians who don't actually believe in it does the same thing that a society of believing Christians does. But I don't think you could just like Ayaan Hirsi, I decide to believe. I don't think you could tell people in society that, hey, just decide to believe that this is true because that's what's helpful. That's what's going to work for society. So anyway, the situation, I have no clue what's going to happen or how they're actually going to make this work. But I like watching stuff like this where they're rustling with it. People are going in different directions on what to do, and they're wrestling and struggling with it. But I don't know how they make this work. I don't know how you recognize we need Christianity to stand against Islam because right now we just have nothing else that can do it. But we've been blasting away at Christianity, and now we don't believe in Christianity. So what do you do? I don't know.
Well, what do you know? Let me read something here, because I found the part that he's talking about, but I couldn't really understand it because you talk so much. However, if I read this together with you, you might understand.
I might understand it.
I don't think it actually says what Richard Dawkins thinks it says, but maybe it does.
So you're saying Richard Dawkins is a
Liar!
No, maybe he just.
Or maybe he's not lying. Maybe not lying, and he's just
Stupid!
Is that what?
No, maybe he's not lying. He just misunderstood it, or maybe it does actually say what he said. I don't know. Let's have a look.
That's what I mean.
So
I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it is City of God, 13, chapter 14. And it says here, in what state man was made by God, and into what state he fell by the choice of his own will. For God, the author of natures, not of vices, created man upright, but man being of his own will, corrupted and justly condemned, begot corrupted and condemned children. For we all were in that one man, since we all were that one man who fell into sin by the woman who was made from him before the sin. For not yet was the particular form created and distributed to us in which we as individuals were to live, but already the seminal nature was there from which we were to be propagated. And this being vitiated by sin and bound by the chain of death and justly condemned, man could not be born of man in any other state. And thus, from the bad use of free will, there originated the whole train of evil, which, with its concatenation of miseries, convoys the human race from its depraved origin as from a corrupt root, onto the destruction of the second death, which has no end, those only being accepted who are freed by the grace of God.
That sounded like a pretty straightforward doctrine of original sin.
Yeah,
like
it doesn't sound like
fallen nature, and then you as a person with a fallen nature. You could even, I mean, you could think of a scientific parallel. If you have a mutation and then you have offspring, then you pass that mutation on to your offspring. So you can think if you've been mutated somehow, then you can pass that on. So analogously, if you have a sin nature and then you have kids, then I don't know what the issue would be with that.
It doesn't sound very problematic. It just sounds like humans were born, humans fell, but they come from a specific line naturally, which everyone necessarily comes from and is a part of, and that line, that lineage is by nature now sinful, which is why everybody who comes forth is also sinful, and only by the grace of God are you freed from it. That's what he says. I don't see here how. I think he mentioned how Augustine says that Jesus is not sinful because he is not from that semen or something like that. I think that's what Richard Dawkins mentioned. I don't see that here reflected at all.
Yeah, and you may have theologians who have said that. I've never. You don't get that from the Bible. The Bible doesn't break it down like that. So I guess you could have someone. You could have someone who has a theory at some point. I don't know why you'd hold that against Christianity.
Richard Dawkins humiliated. You see,
humiliated. I've seen this face before. Christian AP tomorrow. Nice. Hey, here's Lloyd again. Lloyd says, I was talking to a Muslim coworker about my childhood, and that when I was a kid, it's funny, and that when I was a kid, I was mostly well behaved because if I wasn't, my dad would hit me with his leather strap. After watching your channels, I'm afraid he misinterpreted my story. What? Your dad hit you with his eyes? How's that possible?
That's good. That's based.
Exodus 17, Moses carried the wood upon a hill and held the position of a crucified man to save his people. 2 men were with him, one to his right and one to his left. Mm-hmm. Winger. Just got nauseous. I just threw up in my mouth. What is this? What is with all the freaking winglings here? Wingeling, thanks for teaching me arguments against Islam. Now I keep getting kicked from Muslim TikTok lives. Good. That is. We know you're a super duper wingeling, but we're here to convert people. So that is good. And guys, no, seriously, this is good. This is why we have this community here. That's it. It's over time you pick up how to respond to things and you learn what issues are most effective when dealing with Islam. And, you know, we respond to video clips and we go through issues, but that's the purpose. At the end of the day, most of the world's population and the vast majority of Muslims in the world are not watching us right now. They're never going to see one of our videos. So the real work has to be done by people learning the stuff, learning some arguments, and actually going out person to person and sharing this stuff, or going out in the comment section or the chat and so on, and having these discussions on social media and so on. So yeah, this is good. This is good. Going out and doing it.
Pretty sure most Muslims are watching right now, actually.
Every Muslim in the world is watching. And if you're not a real Muslim.
We'll be watching.
Hey, here we have something weird. We all love you, AP. You're an absolute stud of a human. May God bless you. You should put that on your channel description. Quote, he's an absolute stud of a human. John Mayer.
Thank you.
Starved guy. Oh, no comment. Wallace. J. Warner Wallace. All religions merge. Merge, mod, mention Jesus. Merge, modify, or mention Jesus.
Not really.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. There's quite a bit of it.
Yeah.
AP, stop before it's too late. You've got Allah's curses, Dawkins' curses, and now you want the Buddha curses too? Alhamdulillah, the man has a death wish.
Yeah.
That's a
I
lot
shouldn't
of
have.
crazy.
I shouldn't have said anything disrespectful about the Buddha. I'm very sorry. I apologize hereby, and I hope I can be forgiven.
You'd be in trouble. Oh, the irony. Agnostic says 500,000 who knows how, and I can never know why. Jesus says, you're welcome, AP. AP, please don't get sound bites from yesterday's stream. Sound
It
bites
says
from
please,
yesterday. Huh?
not please don't. It doesn't
Oh,
say please don't get sound bites. It
get
says please
sound
get.
bites from yesterday's stream. Which parts? What happened yesterday
There
that
were,
was that would be sound biteable?
there were plenty of sound bites. Well, from some of the things we played as well. From the that pastor, that Calvin Robinson.
Oh yeah.
His description of Islam. He said that he talked about how Christianity is about forgiveness and love, not like Islam, which is a cult, a death cult founded by a warmongering pedophile.
Who, let's face it, was probably heavily influenced by demons. That was funny. Yeah, that is clippable. I even set up a clips channel, and there are other channels out there for clips like that. You see, it's the truth or whatever that channel is. But yeah, hey, you see, this is the truth. That's a good. There were a bunch of good clips from yesterday. If you haven't started sharing them already, but yeah, I'll try and get a couple of those up from onto our clips channel.
Inshallah.
Swiss Apologetics. Ezekiel 9:4-6, judgment came upon Jerusalem, but those with the cross on their foreheads were saved. A cross with the same function as the blood of the lamb on the door frames in Egypt. Lamb died in your place. Wait a second. Was Swiss Apologetics the one who brought up the... Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. So Swiss Apologetics is going through basically Old Testament foreshadowings of the gospel. And... yeah, my video about when people were making fun of my son for dying and posting things, I made an entire video about Abraham and Isaac and the covenant and so on. So you can check that out for if you want a lot more on that. Could you interpret Quran 5:33 as talking about Jesus? Jesus was crucified for blasphemy. Isn't that waging war against Allah and his messenger? I would not interpret it that way.
Yeah, but the thing is, yeah, you wouldn't interpret it in that way. However, you would consider that by Islam's description, he would be. I don't know how you put this, but it would be justified that Jesus was actually crucified in that environment. If they were to have the laws from the same God who supposedly revealed the Torah.
Yeah. So in other words, if Jesus were around in the time of Muhammad and were saying the kinds of things that Jesus says in the Gospels, then he would be charged with blasphemy and accused of making mischief in the land and waging war against Allah, and would have been crucified as punishment. So yes, that is actually an interesting point, that what happened to Jesus in the first century is exactly what would have happened to him according to Surah 5:33 against the Quran. So if that's what you meant, then yeah, that you could.
That's funny.
I guess from Celeria here, I'm guessing this was from earlier when you were talking about the stabbing. I hope this can be a rallying cry for the Germans.
Inshallah, Germans are not as lost as the UK, I would say, in terms of their reaction to things. I just from experience and from interactions, from how the media compares, I would say that Germans are less sheepish than the people of the UK are in reaction to Islam's advancements. And you can also see the impact of that on politics. German right-wing parties are taking off very brutally right now.
I've said it before, I would not screw with those people. If you want to go around pushing people and seeing how far you can push them, which seems to be a thing in Islam, we're going to push them. We're going to keep pushing and see how far we can push these people. I just wouldn't freaking push. I wouldn't push Germans. I wouldn't push Russians, man. They don't put up with it nearly as much as certain other groups are going to put up with it. Certain other populations are going to put up with it.
Germans are very nice, but you probably shouldn't mess that much with them.
Yeah, I don't, because I mean, once that switch goes off, not going to be pretty. Not going to be pretty. With that said, as far as that particular attack, would that be a wake-up call? Well, they've had a ton of other attacks. The Germans have had a ton of other attacks over the years, terrorist attacks and so on.
Yeah.
This one's a little different in that you've got such clear images and footage of it that it might stick in people's minds more. And it might be a kind of different time because with all the protests and screaming and so on, people might be getting more fed up with it. So it could be. But yeah, we'll wait and see. But yes, AP and I seem to agree. Germans are not going to take this nearly as much as other people will.
Yeah.
Something about the language.
As the British will. The British are very polite for some weird reason.
Something about the beer and the language.
Yes.
These pagan religions claiming Jesus is like what he said in Matthew 7:22-23, especially Mohammedans and their good works. Yeah. Know them by their fruits.
Mohammedans.
All right. Let's get back to our good friend Richard Dawkins here.
I find that Christianity is actually obsessed with love, and that the figure...
Oh, burn! He's like, it's all obsessed with sin. How is that? And an original sin. And then she burned him up. Christianity's obsessed with love. I'm sure he's going to have some responses to that. Let me dial this back because that was
punished for all our sins. And that is a morally very unpleasant idea. I'm sure you must agree about that.
I find that Christianity is actually obsessed with love, and that the teachings of...
We got dueling crowds, man. Fight, 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 fight.
The teaching of Christ, as I see it, and again, I'm a brand new Christian, but what I'm finding out, which is the opposite of growing up as a Muslim, the message of Islam, but the message of Christianity I get is that it's a message of love, it's a message of redemption, and it's a story of renewal and rebirth. And so Jesus dying and rising again, for me, symbolizes that story. And in a small way, I felt like I had died and I was reborn. And that story of redemption and rebirth, I think makes Christianity actually a very, very powerful story for the human condition and human existence, and the pain of suffering, but also our internal, the recognition of what you call sin, but perhaps the character defects, that both good and evil are there, but that both good and evil are in us. I think those teachings in Christianity are far more powerful and have led to, I think, the flourishing of Western civilization compared to, say, growing up as a Muslim when I was taught that really the only way for you to be faithful is to fear, naked fear, and to have these sets of obligations which you basically obey.
Yes.
And that was very much about power, it was centered around hellfire and all of these other things. And so Christianity, as I experience, I'll give you an example.
I just wanted to pause real quick because this is awesome, man.
This is she's putting the very important contrast there, which when she says obsessed with love, for example, when I think about Christianity, I think about one aspect more than love, which is the forgiveness and redemption aspect. However, there's this thing that she's pointing out is actually very significant. With Islam, the religion is built on fear and anger. That's what it is. That's what motivates people to believe. People are induced with fear all the time in order to make them believe. It is the most important thing mentioned as reason to believe is fear, and the immediate objection that is brought if you have any questions is, are you not afraid? Are you not terrified? And Islam has this whole no offense, David, psychopathic tendency.
How dare you!
Tendency to not teach good morals, but to treat humans like they are, animals that are meant to be trained in the old-fashioned way, where you don't learn, do this because this is good, do this because this is what is good in nature, because this is what God is like, or because this is what God wants. No, you learn, do this, then you will get rewarded. Don't do that, or you will get punished. Don't do this, and you will get rewarded. Do that, and you will suffer. You will burn. You will be tortured, and so on. If you question, you might go into a wrong place and you will be tortured, brutally tortured. You will suffer torture, pain, torture, disgust, and so on. This is basically what Islam is. This is how Islam treats humans. It's not how Christianity treats humans. It's not how even Judaism treats humans. This is Islam. Islam is built on this whole idea of making people tremble in fear and submit in fear to Allah, because this is the savage environment that Muhammad was in. Or the savage psychology that he was suffering from, I don't know, or whoever shaped the Quran and Islam in this way. This is a great contrast. There is a great distinction to be made here. Christianity is not like that, so this is a good thing that she's actually that she's pointing out here.
Yeah, that was actually powerful, because Richard Dawkins, so he comes out with, but the doctrine of original sin and how sin is passed down and blah, 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 and everything's about sin, and there's this obsession with sin. This is bad. And she looks at it from the completely opposite direction. No, it's about love. And so it's not just about, people loving each other. It's the solution is you're looking at it as this horrible thing, the sacrifice to deal with sin, when that message is actually about love. That's God so loved the world that here's what he did to deal with this problem. And then she flips it on how you have this emphasis in Christianity, which has caused things that you like a lot in Western civilization. And Richard, look at the Muslim world where they don't have that and everything is fear. Look at what it produces. And so, one, Richard, no, you got the wrong obsession there. It's an obsession with love. And two, it's been good for you and for your society. What are you complaining about? Pretty sharp. She does have we've mentioned that Destiny had a kind of ability to, when a person says a bunch of stuff, he kind of zeroes in on like what the most relevant issue would be to jump on and roll with. And Ayaan tends to. Like, people will bring up a bunch of objections and stuff. There's all kinds of different directions she could go, but she tends to go in the best direction she could go. And so that was interesting. I scrolled around in the clip a little bit, so I don't know if I'm in the right place.
Do you consider her now a fellow Christian?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
I don't know. Based on this, I would say yes. Other people may have requirements, and there are some things that are like, I choose to believe in this and so on. And she hasn't, I don't know if she does in this clip, but she hasn't gone through, like, you'd have to go down the line. Hey, do you believe Jesus died on the cross? Do you believe he rose from the dead? Do you believe he's the divine son of God? Do you believe these things? And so on. I mean, they may get to this in here, or she may have answered them elsewhere. Based on what I've seen, Again, when we saw it before, was happy for her that she was recognizing, hey, Christianity's been more significant, and I no longer even consider myself an atheist and so on. I'm talking about the transcendent. Looks like she was on a journey, but this stuff that she's talking about had already happened before then. But back then when we first listened to it, didn't sound like she even really believed in Christianity. Here it's sounding like she does. Like, so I don't know. Yeah. Sounds good. She sounds like my sister in Christ who's still learning more. And that's the interesting thing. She's pointing out, I'm still a brand new Christian. You've got one of the seasoned horsemen of the atheist apocalypse going after this this total noob in Christianity. And she's like schooling him on some of this stuff. How does that make you feel, AP? Watching a brand new Christian, still drinking Similac. And crushing your hero right here.
It's pretty based.
It's
because
based.
It's a very weird thing to see, because like from the beginning of my ex-Muslim awareness and getting into the whole activism of ex-Muslim stuff, when I was just becoming familiar with the fact that ex-Muslims actually exist, I heard of Ayaan Hirsi Ali, and she was she was always there as one of the main figures, and she was one of the main ex-Muslim atheists who was like all rational, only science, and so on. But well-known atheist, ex-Muslim. So to see her now sit there and call herself a Christian is a very weird feeling. It is a very interesting feeling. It's kind of a big change there.
And I mean, it would be interesting if it was just her, but it's so many different things, right? It's so many different people who are they're not doing the exact same thing, but there's just so many people like, hey, I tried going in this direction. I'm acknowledging that's not working, and it's in lots of different ways. Like my video, again, channel members, after we're done, there's already a video that's waiting on you if you haven't seen it. But it was about Jordan Peterson, and Jordan Peterson, who used to be an atheist. Someone's pointing out that we need to check out his interview with Alex O'Connor, which we will. That's going to be interesting stuff. And we've already mentioned before, like it's a situation where we like both guys, right? It's not like you have some horrible person that we don't like, and we're rooting for the other guy to crush him because he's this horrible person and stuff. I mean, I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say a bad word about an interaction with Alex O'Connor and so on. So seems like a really good guy.
He's a very decent guy.
So I'd be interested in like, what is Jordan, because everyone's position is changing, and you say, oh, is this person a real Christian? People bring up something for 2 or 3 years, and you're like, wait a minute, all these people are going through changes right now. So I'd be interested in hearing the latest. But anyway, I take in the video, I take some clips of Jordan Peterson talking about human consciousness, saying, he says that the best definition we've got of human consciousness is the Spirit of God hovering over the waters. That's it. Beyond that, we don't know anything about consciousness. But then Adam Savage, who used to be at like the atheist rallies and stuff like that with the new atheism, he says he broke off from them because they're all jerks. It was too funny. He said they're a bunch of jerks. The people he was rolling with for the Reason rally. He didn't say everyone is jerks. He just said there were a bunch of jerks and stuff. So he broke off from them. But he's talking about consciousness. And it's funny because his clips from the Reason rally, he's talking about how we go with scientific, testable phenomena to make predictions. And based on those predictions, we do more tests and stuff. The crowd's cheering and stuff. But then in this thing, he's talking about consciousness, and he's saying that he believes consciousness is one thing, is one big thing. And he says he agrees with the Buddhists. He says, I agree with the Buddhists. Consciousness is one thing, and we're all one little aspect of it. And I find that so interesting because it's like, he's obviously not saying that there's one big brain and that we're all a little tiny piece of that one big brain. So he's not even thinking in terms of like neurons firing as far as what consciousness is. He's thinking in some like mystical sense of it. And so that's a guy who's like going in a Buddhist direction and so on instead of the materialist direction. But anyway, it's like all over the place right now. And you'll wonder, I don't know. I just find it fascinating, and I want to see how all this plays out because I think it's cool.
Well, yeah, there's just one objection that I have, which is so Ayaan Hirsi Ali is supposedly very rational and all about science and all that. However, she did say here that she was also, in a sense, she died and was born anew. And
where's the proof?
Can she show me a birth certificate for that?
Yeah, and her death certificate. Can we see? Yeah. Can we see your death certificate and your new birth certificate, Ayaan?
Yeah.
It is funny that people describe that. I mean, like the Christian experience and then baptism and so on, and Jesus saying you have to die to yourselves and so on. Take up your cross. But then Ayaan kind of goes through it, and that's exactly how she describes it. Interesting stuff. Anyway, let me see if I'm in the right spot, because again, I scrolled around. I'm not sure I'm in the right spot.
6 to 7 men at any given time protecting me armed from...
Was that later?
It was centered around hellfire and all of these other things. And so Christianity, as I experienced... I'll give you an example.
There we go.
When I was an atheist and I was going all over both the United States and all over Europe, mocking Christians, making fun of them, making fun of faith. as you're doing now, dear
Sounds-
Richard.
As you're doing now, Richard, as you're doing all the time, AP.
I was walking with 6 to 7 men at any given time, protecting me armed from
This is a good
things
point.
that I said
I see where she's
that
going with it.
were offensive to Muslims, or Muslims thought were offensive to them. Christians were writing me letters saying, you know, we're going to pray for you, you're misguided. And I think that alone defines for me the distinction between Christianity in general, mainstream Christianity and mainstream Islam.
Well, I must say, I've never met a vicar that I didn't like. I mean, they're always very, very nice people.
This is actually funny stuff. This is a good conversation, man. I gotta finish. We're not gonna finish it here, but
This is why I love Richard Dawkins. It's just
yeah, and it's cool. It's cool because I don't know. You're getting a good presentation of both sides of the discussion. It's not a situation where, oh, I wish we could have had someone better. Like, you know, there's a situation where, oh, it would be great to have William Lane Craig versus Richard Dawkins and so on. But I mean, she's zeroing in on these good points to make. Like right there. Hey, I was criticizing Islam, and I was going around criticizing Christianity. I always had to have 6 or 7 armed guards to protect. They weren't protecting me from the Christians. The Christians were writing me letters. The Christians would write me letters. And then Dawkins, you think he's going, but you know, Christianity bad. Oh, no, yes, of course they're very nice people. And I assume he's going to go on, well, yes, they're nice people, but it's still a bunch of silly, superstitious nonsense. Something along those lines. Is that about right? Is that an accurate prediction?
alhamdulillah.
We'll see.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, the stuff they believe is obvious nonsense. And you have to take the whole package, because when you talked about Jesus rising from the dead, you don't believe Jesus rose from the dead, surely.
I choose to believe that Jesus rose from the dead.
You choose.
Oh, snap. Okay. Check beside resurrection. What in your face, haters? It is interesting to me still. I choose to believe this. Now, there's a sense in which anytime you're believing something, you're choosing to believe it. But normally it's not your choice. You're just like, it's not like, oh, I'm going to decide to believe this. It's just you've been presented with something that is convincing. And so, wow, I actually, I believe this. So the way she's describing it is a bit odd. But guys, I have to say, based on the first 13 minutes that we've watched, the full discussion is an hour. I would anticipate that we already see what the whole discussion is going to be like. It's going to be like, here's why I think this and this and this and that, and here's why I think that it's good for society. But surely that's a bunch of nonsense. You don't actually believe this nonsense, right? Because that sounds like nonsense to me. But she's kind of already answered that. Yes, if you don't believe in God, it's obvious nonsense. If you do believe in God, then it makes more sense. So I think that's pretty much, I think we've gotten the gist. We'll watch a little more, but I think we've gotten the gist of the discussion here.
Believe it.
Yes, and that is a matter of choice. And it
would be funny if she started going, aren't you pro-choice, Richard Dawkins? Don't I get to decide what to do with my body and my brain?
I think it has to go back to, is there something or is there nothing? And I think you start with, there is nothing. And yes, for years I agreed with you, there's nothing. But if you come round to the idea that there might be something much more powerful than we are, something that caused everything else, then something like Jesus rising out of the dead, or these other miracles, Jesus being born out of a virgin, for that higher power is not a big deal. But again, it's a matter of choice, and it is just different planes of perception. And I think here on this plane of perception, having been a former atheist, I don't think this is something we're going to resolve tonight agree on right now. Well, and so that is where I think it's more interesting.
What?
You know, my problem with these, with Richard Dawkins and atheists in this whole train is specifically this whole issue. When he says, for example, wait, you actually believe that Jesus rose from the dead? That shouldn't be a very crucial and critical question. That shouldn't be the question to ask. Mm-hmm. That shouldn't be the thing that you make a problem of, even as an atheist, because there is no reason why it wouldn't happen. if you accept that there are indeed realities that are beyond your understanding, beyond your standards of science and nature and all that. If there is indeed the divine, as she mentions, it's not unreasonable. It's certainly not illogical that Jesus would have or could have died and risen from the dead. That's not an illogical position to hold. It's not. It doesn't. There's nothing contradicting that. It doesn't contradict itself, and it makes perfect sense within a reality where there is more than just the hard science that you accept. So this shouldn't really be the big objection that you come with. You shouldn't be like, wait, you actually believe Jesus? Yeah, you could believe that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you should probably tackle a different issue first. You should probably tackle the whole philosophy of God's existence, or evidence for God's existence, or for supernatural things, and so on. You shouldn't go with that. That's totally a wrong place to start, and it's illogical to me.
Yeah, I agree. So, going from Richard Dawkins' actual perspective here is, hey, we've got this world, it's physical. You've got all this talk about supernatural stuff. It's a bunch of nonsense. And so when I'm talking to you, if I disagree with you, I'm going to point out something you believe that is miraculous in nature. And hey, given the fact that we live in a physical, material world, and so isn't that just nonsense? And it looks like he's just going to keep pointing out examples like that. And she's pointing out, well, if I believe in God and I don't believe that that this is all there is, I can come to different conclusions, right? And she's exactly correct. And so you're right that the actual he can't just assume that they're arguing as naturalists, because they're not. It's a theist now. She's a theist, and he's some sort of like metaphysical naturalist. And therefore, if he wanted to defend a position, he should be arguing that theism is false. And if theism were false, then then all of that stuff becomes silly nonsense. So yeah, I would agree with AP on that. That at this point they're kind of arguing past one another. But I think we'll go ahead and stop this. I think we'll go ahead and stop this video here. The link is in the description box for anyone who wants to finish.
This is the point where Richard Dawkins finally starts winning the conversation.
This is where he humiliates her. I did see the last minute or two, where he compared it to a vaccine. So I was looking for the end to see if because I was chopping the video up to crop it, and so I forget, I don't know if it's the last. It was the last minute or two before they closed out, but Dawkins was comparing Christianity to like a vaccine. So it's a milder form of a virus that's less dangerous. And so are you saying you just go along with that or something like that? But anyway, the point is, if that's where they were at the end, it assumes like that's where they were through the entire discussion. So you heard it here, folks. Ayaan Hirsi Ali does believe in the gospel, does believe Jesus rose from the dead, says she chooses to believe it and that it's good for society. Dawkins' objection is, come on, God, miracles, virgin birth, immaculate conception, Son of God, dying for sins. Everyone has sin that they inherited from an ancestor. This is all silly nonsense. So that's where the discussion is. Again, probably interesting stuff. I will finish watching this. The link's in the description box if you want to finish watching it. But I think we've got the gist here. So
yeah, I think, I mean, just to be clear, once again, it's the virgin birth is another issue. I saw him prior to this in another discussion, but it's not possible. Do you actually believe that?
That was a different one we watched.
And that's a bad objection. Sorry, I have much respect for Richard Dawkins, but that's just a horrible objection, because you are arguing from the position of a complete naturalist who rejects any kind of anomaly to the very nature that you know. But there is nothing logically contradictory about the virgin birth. If you are going to accept that there is more to all of this, that there is a supernatural force, it is totally plausible to believe that this supernatural force, this higher being, could cause a virgin birth to occur.
Yeah. And I agree, because we watched that little interview. That was the same clip where he was saying that he's a cultural Christian. And the woman interviewer was like, well, I go to church and I like church and stuff like this. And he was, but you don't really believe in the virgin birth. And she was like stumped. And she goes, well, yeah, that would be biologically impossible. And he goes, it certainly would. It's like, no one's saying it's just biological. It's just going to happen biologically. It's a miracle. So you either believe in someone who can perform. If you believe in someone who can perform the miracle, then it becomes a possibility. You'd still have to see if it actually happened. If it actually, because just because you believe that miracles happen doesn't mean you believe that it doesn't mean you believe every miracle story is true. You still have to examine things and think if you actually have good reasons to think them. But it's within the realm of possibility. If you don't believe in something supernatural, then yeah, it would be silly nonsense. But if this woman's position is, no, I believe in God and that God can perform miracles, there would have went his objection. That's what I was thinking that the woman would say, but she didn't. But Ayaan did. So
if it was biologically possible and explicable, then it wouldn't be a miracle, and it wouldn't be something special to believe in, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
that's
doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, that is some weird stuff. All right, let's go through some super chats. Oh, shout out to 1901 Alina, who mentioned what Ayaan was saying earlier. She sent me the link on Twitter to what Ayaan Hirsi Ali was saying there. So thank you for that. Check that out. 5 Silver Pesos says, sanity, remember, does not mean living in the same world as everyone else. It means living in the real world. Frank Sheed, Theology and Sanity. It's a helpful book, AP. Hey, that's for you, AP.
Nice.
Theology and Sanity by Frank Sheed. That will help you be... Look, AP's looking it up. I'm going to get that so I won't be so insane. You and AP need to add Masab's I would choose the cow and the children. And it's not funny to the soundboard. And I would choose the cow. I would choose the cow as my medicine timer sound effect. When I read I would choose the cow, I thought you were about to say as your phone ringer or something like that. That would have been funny too. Also maybe maybe she had some falafel sandwich and was blown away by the Palestinian experience. We can play that anytime one of these people is going, yeah, I support.
That's pretty good. Pretty good.
Mahdi Lowell. What's that?
Looks quite interesting. That's a good recommendation.
Yeah.
I might just get it. Yeah.
What's it about? Is it a psychology book or a theology book or what?
It's about theology and sanity.
Yeah, but I know if it's sanity. So is it a psychology book that's dealing with theology or a theology book that's dealing with sanity?
In this work, one of Shee's most popular titles, he defines sanity as living mentally in the real world. He argues that some of the more important elements of reality cannot be known save through theology. This book contains as much theology as one must know and aware in the real world. In the first section, treats God as the human mind might discover him, as he has revealed himself. The second section treats of the universe God made, particularly humanity and what has happened to it, and so on. So interesting.
No, that's actually interesting. And what is it? Sanity? Yeah. That's very interesting, because if he's defining sanity as sort of being in the real world, but God is part of the real world. In other words, that's true. Then sanity, interesting. Yeah, I might want to check that out. I will decide whether I'm going to read that based on how long.
One version it says 200 pages. I'm checking another version which says 600 pages.
Yeah, I was about to, yeah, if there's a shorter version, there's no way I'm reading 600 pages unless it's a collection of essays and I can pick one.
It is a collection essay.
I like books. I like books where someone recommends it, and I look at it, and it's 80 pages or 120 pages. Because like, oh, okay, yeah, I can go ahead and do that real quick. When someone says, "Hey, check out this book," and it's 600 pages, I have to really, really be interested in that book.
Yeah, the thing is also, Andrew Tate said books are for losers, and it's a waste of time. So
yeah, I only look at pictures now. On Goat Hub, like Andrew Tate. Mahdi lol, sorry, Mike Winger is a total nerd. Forgive my nerd moment. Yeah, he is a nerd. We agree. What is all the wingaling stuff? You see, D Wood, us wingalings now have a fearsome war cry. Wingaling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Ah! That's powerful. And then we have Sheikh Mike Winjalinge. How dare you talk about Lord of the Rings? Do you know plots, kind of declensions? Have you read the Silmarillion? Didn't think so. Leave it to true scholars like the Winger. That is probably true. Like I saw the movies, but yeah, Mike Winger probably. And the expanded volume edition of the Silmarillion on page 43, we have the background of the ends. And this is where the story really unfolds. And let me break this down. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Mike Winger's the type of guy to say, have a nice day to people at a funeral. That's the perfect description. The perfect description of Mike Winger. Joshua says, where is the satire account tofu? Tofu, TAC. That'll be the tofu version. That'd be funny.
That's good.
Hey, I hope we don't drive our buddy away. I hope he knows we're all just joking and we like to joke around.
Well, if he stops talking about veganism, maybe we could have.
Yeah, Tarun, just go 5 seconds without talking about veganism, Tarun, and we'll all be fine. AP, you think Yahya Sinwar would let me sign up to be his second wife? I want to pull a Zainab bint al-Harith and slip something special in his food. Gosh.
You could try, but I think he already has goats, and I'm not sure if he's interested in.
Yeah, he might already have his full array of wives.
Goats, yeah, goat wives.
Let's see. Disciple of Christ says, do Muslims ever use Surah 5:14-16 to say the scriptures have been corrupted? Yes, they do. Or am I misunderstanding what the Quran is saying there? Yes, they do use that. And two, if you're reading that as saying that the scriptures have been corrupted, yes, you would be misreading those passages. The position of the Quran is that people misrepresent things. They cover things up. They distort things. They reorder things, but it's in their speech. It's 378 says that that they're doing it with their mouths, with their speech, with their tongues. And all you have to do is keep reading. All you have to do is keep reading. You're in Surah 5:14-16. What comes after that? We'll get all the way down to Surah chapter 5. You're in the same chapter. Get down to verses 43-48. Very clear. Scriptures of the Christians and Jews are still as good as gold. And then keep going in the same chapter. Get to verse 66. Get to verse 68. Very, very clear that we still have. What's that?
Does it say good as gold?
Yeah, it's specific. And Allah hath declared, we have said, the scriptures are good as gold.
Oh, didn't know that.
Yeah, so Disciple of Christ, the basic situation is the first century of Muslims, they had no concept of the earlier scriptures being corrupted. Then you started ending up with a mix, that the early Muslim position was that the Jews and Christians misinterpret and misrepresent what's in their texts. And that's part of the reason why Allah needed a book revealed in Arabic, because you couldn't always trust what the Jews and Christians were saying about their scriptures. So the Arabs needed a revelation in their own language. Hey, this is funny. Dawkins' new book, The Ayaan Hirsi Ali Delusion. Tarun says, hey guys, remember me, watch me yet. Hey, Tarun, I did glance at your channel, and you had short videos, but it was like a video game. It was like you playing a video game. And then when you had a topic I was actually interested in, which is like Zionism and Hinduism and so on, but then it was like a 2-hour video.
I'm never going to watch a channel about veganism. I'm sorry.
I will check out that video, but don't rush me. It's going to have to be when I'm not in like I operate by schedules and so on, and all the things I have to do in the coming days and so on. And basically, the next 10 days are jam-packed. You all will see why very, very soon. But I have 10 days of complete, total jam-packedness. But after that, Tarun, I would, I said Harun. I was thinking of Harun, yeah, because I got the book right here. Harun, that rhymes.
Which Harun? Yeah.
But yes, I will check it out after that, Tarun. So you can remind me after 10 days. Jackanoff said, say no to veganism. Just imagine, Tarun, how he feels when he sees you say no to veganism. Think about how that would impact him.
Think about all the Taroons.
Have you guys seen the movie Expelled? No Intelligence Allowed. Yeah, that was way back then. What was that, like 2006, 2007? That was way back in the day. That was
Never heard of that.
That was Ben Stein. That was before your time. He was an actor. He was like he was like a real life economist. They stuck him in Ferris Bueller's Day Off because they're like, okay, just talk economics because you're supposed to be an economics teacher, but make it as boring as possible. And he gave this awesome, anyone, what kind of economics? But he gives this awesome economics. It was totally improv. It was the most boring thing ever. But then they gave him a show, Win Ben Stein's Money. And then there was another show, Turn Ben Stein On. And all of a sudden, he just came out of nowhere as because he was like the guy's like insanely smart. In fact, that was the point of the game show: is you win Ben Stein's money by actually defeating him in like a Jeopardy style contest, and very hard to beat him because he was smart. But then he came out of nowhere and just started blasting away at atheism, which probably makes AP cry.
That sounds pretty weird. Weirdest thing I've heard in my life.
Yeah. But by the way, he interviewed Dawkins from that clip, and that was an interesting clip because towards the end of the interview with Dawkins acknowledged that you could actually verify signs of intelligent design in organisms.
See, this is the proof.
There's at least a possibility there. The new atheists didn't realize that they were also helping Christianity. When it's no longer popular to be a Christian, you stop seeing yahoos say stupid Netanyahu. Yahoos say stupid things in the name of ever since Kanye. Every time I see Yahoo, I think of him Netanyahu with a little fishnet and a yoo-hoo, Netanyahu. You stop seeing yahoos say stupid things in the name of Christ. Also, Dawkins leads another to faith. Oh yeah, that would be funny. Richard, I read The God Delusion, and I thought that it was so stupid that I've decided I choose Christianity now because it's better than what you have offered. That'd be awesome.
I choose the cow.
I was going to say something I forgot. Anyway, continue.
D. Wood likes to talk smack about nerds, yet on Twitter, he is literally an anime avatar. You have become what you hate, Dave. One of us. One of us. One of us. No, I'm not.
This is why I should have thought about Nietzsche's quote, which is that when you fight monsters, you should see to it that you yourself don't become a monster. And whoever gazes into the abyss also gazes into you.
Yeah,
See?
I have the avatar of One Punch Man because he can destroy any opponent with one powerful punch, and that is a good description of me, not because I'm some anime nerd like you, Lucid.
Look at that. That sounds like so. That sounds. How do you even know this?
What?
How do you know that about that character?
One Punch Man?
Yes,
cool
I don't
show.
even know that.
It was a super cool show. That's not a nerd show. Nerds would be terrified in that show because it's too powerful. Do my leather straps deceive me? Is Dawkins being taught how to be sociable and seem empathetic by D. Wood? I've seen everything now. What's his problem? That is a problem when I'm sitting there going, hey, man, you're too much of a jerk when you're responding to stuff. And, yeah, it is. What's his problem?
Alhamdulillah.
Is your dissertation available publicly, D. Wood? Not like just on a random site, but you can get it through the university if you look it up. I think it's through the university library. Everyone had to, all the dissertations there go to the university library. So, I mean, you can go to the library, look up my dissertation, and then download it there if you want. You should be able to download
You went
PDF.
to university?
What's up?
You went to university?
Yeah. So that would be Fordham University. Again, I think you can go to the Fordham University library. There should be some section or something like that where you find people's doctoral dissertations. Be prepared to have your mind blown out your skull by the power. Solaria says, doxastic voluntarism is correct. You choose certain axioms to work with unavoidably, and so long as there is a sufficient argument to be made based on those, you take leaps of faith consciously or not. Yeah, but voluntarism is just you can decide what to believe. That's the yes. It's clear that we sometimes decide what to believe, or sometimes we have multiple options and we decide. But this comes up in the context of like Pascal's wager. So Pascal's wager is like, hey, if you had if you sit back and realize that if I believe in God and it all turns out to be true, then I've gained eternity, and if I don't believe in God and God were real, then I've lost something that was available. But if God doesn't exist, then I believe in him anyway. Well, it's not like I've lost anything. Anyway, the gambling odds is you should just sit back and look at your various options and go, oh, well, therefore I would choose to believe in God. That's the kind of issue with doxastic voluntarism. I'm just deciding. Can you just say, hey, if Christianity were true, then here would be what I would get out of it. Therefore, I will believe in that.
Pascal's wager, definitely the strongest argument out there. Sorry.
You see this? Yeah, guys, have you seen this? The atheists cannot stop mocking. They can't stop. Like this. All you people watching, all the things you've gone through in life, all the issues you're struggling with, and what does he do? He mocks, just like his hero Richard Dawkins. Mr. Cranges says, atheism defeated. Boom! Take that, AP, in your face. You've been humiliated. Also, when y'all going back to Israel again?
Soon.
I'm going back to Israel, I think, in December. That's part of a group of Christian YouTubers. So the Christian YouTubers are going to Israel in December. That's we were supposed to actually go last year, but then there was in December last year, but then the war broke out, so it was canceled over concerns about whether things are going to be safe. You don't want to plan a big trip and then you find out that something's messed up with the trip or something like that. So yeah, supposed to go back in December. That's there's always possibilities that something would derail that trip. But yeah, I've been telling AP, I wouldn't mind going to Israel like 3 or 4 times a year for like a week to 10 days at a time. You go over there and you think, oh, I've got 9 days or 10 days or something like that, so I can go around and seeing all this stuff. And you leave and you're like, I didn't see like 1/1000th of the stuff, or meet with anywhere near the number of people that I would have wanted to meet and hang out with over there. And so it's just a situation where you either have to just go over there for a long period of time, or you have to take a bunch of trips. But
from the visit that we made, from the first time that I went there, I think if I go there again, I would definitely have to make a very solid plan in advance and stay there for longer than just less than a week.
Yeah, my view would, because I can't be gone. I can't be away from my family for terribly long, extensive time. So, but I'm like AP in that I definitely want to see more of Israel and be there longer. So I suspect that I'll probably be going to Israel like 2 or 3 times a year for the near future, because it's just cool. And maybe I'll get to a point where I've seen everything I want to see and hung out with everyone I want to hang out with, and something like that.
Well, it's also you have commitments to the Mossad, so we just have to stick around.
Lots of times they can just correspond with us through texts and so on, and WhatsApp. But sometimes they want to see us in person.
And we also have a special messaging system, which is only accessible to the Mossad and Mossad assets and others, where they communicate with us directly, no matter where we are. So whether we have internet access or not, it's pretty good, pretty special. Mm-hmm. So couldn't go on.
Tarun says, I don't care. I like it when my heroes mess around with me. Oh, that's good, because we always have to wonder. Because sometimes we'll joke around about someone, and then we'll get messages afterwards. Why are you guys attacking me? It's like, oh, we did not know. We joke around with people. We did not know you were taking it seriously. We're not serious. So it's good. Tarun's on the same page. So, but that doesn't mean we're going to become vegans, Tarun.
I don't care about veganism.
Therapist, how would you like God to be? AP, well, he admires great art. He loves dogs. He has a small, funny mustache. And that's exactly what AP was thinking. Let me see.
It's so funny. I don't want to ruin how much of a meme this has become, but
Yeah.
it's so ironic that this is the meme
Yeah, that is funny.
because of my personal feelings about. Man.
Yeah, this from earlier when we were talking about like interviewing people and deciding what they believe and using this methodology. But yeah, build a God workshop would be funny to call it. You could actually that would be a fun. I'm I'm totally serious. It would be interesting to go around interviewing people, getting hey, if God could be anything you like, what would he be like? And just taking notes and so on, and then calling it Build a God workshop. And but maybe using that to sort of like come up with like some criteria for what you should be taking seriously as far as distinguishing between someone's like just their straightforward desires, what they want, and hey, I'd like a God who gives me whatever I want, versus based on certain values about goodness and justice and so on, what would you like God to be like and so on. I don't know, but yeah, that would be fun.
I want a God who gives me steak and good food and ice cream and a PlayStation and a big TV.
Mm-hmm. That's AP. That is why the Bible says God is angry all the time, but God also loves us all the time. God is also patient and has a plan for his creation, fellowship. Yeah, that ties in with some of what Ayaan was saying. Catholics worship Mary. Quran is talking about them. No, that's in the context of the Trinity. So no, Catholics do not include Mary in the Trinity. I don't remember who said original sin is the most obvious yet the most denied doctrine. By the way, David tweeted that vid too. Yeah. I already caught that. But yeah, that's my thoughts on it exactly. That's just a more eloquent way of saying what I was saying. It's like you want to challenge something that I have the most possible verifiable information to. Like if you wanted to pick a doctrine where I have endless amounts of confirmation, why would you go with that one? Jack It Off says, can't believe Ayaan would leave the strap-on pleasure machine of secularism. Blonde Californian girls, meditate for her. Blonde Californian girls, meditate for her. Praying for the well-being of you both and your families. God bless. AP, sorry that my fellow Christians keep harassing you. Thanks for handling things with grace. Yeah, AP's like Tarun. He tends to deal with the heckling pretty well, even though he cries inwardly. Hey, look at this. Those who wrestle with God. You see that?
Yeah.
That's Jordan Peterson's new lecture series, ladies and gentlemen. Those who wrestle, but it's wrestle with God, and he's putting it wrestle with God. That's actually funny. Genetic mutations can be seen under a microscope. Don't think anyone has seen sins on a slide. Yeah, that's true. That's called an analogy about if you think it's absurd that something that a parent would pass on to his children or something like that, well, then you'd have a problem with passing on genetic information or something like that. The point is, it's not absurd on the basis of a parent transferring something to offspring. It's not absurd on that basis. You'd have to argue on some other basis for it being absurd. I'm from Israel. Need some word of encouragement. Feel like nothing good coming our way.
Take inspiration from your history.
That's a good one.
Take inspiration from the history of Israel, of the Jewish people, of everything that you have gone through and where you are right now. Thousands of years of suffering, of conquest, of fleeing, being moved around, and this and that, but still upholding and so firmly protecting your tradition, your people, your family, reaching the 21st century as one of the most advanced countries, one of the most the top contributors to science, to inventions, innovations, thought, and so on. This is not something that is easily done. In fact, nobody else did it. Take inspiration from that. That's just my advice.
That is AP. AP went to the past. I was thinking of the present, but yes, absolutely correct. You can go back. Go back to the ancient world. Try to find someone who didn't conquer Israel. Kind of hard. Everyone around them conquered them, sometimes expelled massive parts of the population. Babylonians did it, the Assyrians did it, and so on. The Romans eventually did it. But here we are thousands of years later. Jews still here, no matter what anyone does. So you come from a long line of resilient winners. As far as the present, AP of you, I don't know if this is just me, but it seems like very recently, like in the last week or two, like a corner's being turned where, I don't know, it seems like I hear more about reactions to the people, the free Palestine people, than I hear from those people. It sounds like, I know they're still going in a lot of places, but it seems like there's a more aggressive response to them going on right now. Like people are getting really fed up and sick with it.
Yeah, the whole Free Palestine thing is losing momentum and getting some strong reactions of people saying, yeah, okay, enough is enough, we got it. Stop ruining everyone's lives. Mm-hmm. And obviously the whole thing is not leading anywhere. The whole, oh, look, there's a genocide, everyone is dying, everyone's getting killed. It's like you can go to a certain point with that whole propaganda. The numbers just don't really support that idea at all, that propaganda at all. And with all that propaganda, you can have short-term excitement around the world, but in the long term, as more and more people become familiar with it, with the facts, you just won't win people over with that narrative. And it doesn't do anything. I said it from the beginning. You can be as loud as you want on the internet. You can be as large as you want on the streets and as loud as you want on your protests. You won't stop Israel. You won't change anything. This war will be over, and the other side will have suffered the consequences of what they have done.
Yeah, it turns out screaming and throwing tantrums, it's just like a kid. It's just like a kid throwing a tantrum on, in the checkout aisle because he wants Starburst or something like that. Yeah, that may work occasionally. If that just becomes your go-to method for anything, that gets old real quick and people get sick of it. And all this, we're just going to go screaming and interrupting everything anyone is ever doing and blocking traffic and so on. Yeah, that may help you get a little bit of attention, and there may be a little time when people are like, oh, okay, these people are freaking out, let's try to appease them and so on. Long-term strategy, that gets old, people get sick of it, and then people start siding with whoever's against you. So they're making their own enemies now. They're making more enemies. The free Palestine, which, I mean, it's interesting because it didn't have to be that way. You could have a legitimate concern and say, hey, yes, Israel has a right to go after Hamas. We just want them to be as careful as possible and so on. We want Hamas to be destroyed as well. You could have a legitimate, all this screaming and blocking traffic and screaming for the death of Israel and the destruction of Israel and wiping out Jews and then going around and attacking Jews. When people see the free Palestine guys like attacking random Jews and chasing them down, that affects people. It's like, hey, wait a minute, I didn't know what was going on. Because you got to keep in mind, a lot of people haven't been following the situation. They don't know the history. Lots of people actually believe that there's just this place called Palestine there. Jews just showed up one day and took it over. And of course they have the right to fight back. And so they think it's total nonsense, right? But a lot of people have no idea about the history of the conflict. And so they don't know who to believe. Well, when they see these guys running around attacking Jews, they're like, oh, those sound like the bad guys. Those sound like the bad guys there.
They suddenly don't sound like those poor guys who just want to exist and who just want peace and all that. No, that's and it's not like that. I'm sorry, but people are stupid to think that they can just go out there and be loud and obnoxious and annoying, and actually by that method, by ruining people's lives, by messing with people's lives, by messing with people's comfort during their daily lives, go about it and mess with the nation and hope for the destruction of the nation that is one of the top science contributors in the world, one of the top defense contributors in the world, and so on. You're not talking at some point you reach serious people, right? Serious people who are not just some, I don't know, college students or random kids in the street. You reach serious people, and you talk to them about Israel, and serious people know that Israel builds and Israel creates and Israel contributes and is reliable. On the other hand, the other side destroys, ruins, creates nothing but nuisance. Why would you expect to somehow win people over by screaming and think you can then somehow rile people up to destroy that one nation that actually contributes and has such a good reputation?
Yeah.
It doesn't work, man.
Yeah, so the real concern is you do have a bunch of anti-Semites out there. You do have people who want to go around. I mean, Israel's safe. You are the most powerful force in the area, and you have a lot of allies. As far as like nations turning against Israel and so on, you can look at the statistics. The problem is people fixate on who's screaming the loudest, and that's one group. But when you look at the actual percentages, no, most of the world is actually on yours. Most of the world's on your side. The real concern here would be you have a bunch of enraged morons who will go out and attack individuals and stuff, will shoot at synagogues and so on like that. So you are going to have to deal with stuff like that. But just keep in mind that when they do that stuff, the entire rest of the world is watching, and that is going to show more people what you're dealing with and what you're up against, and you're going to get more people on your side. So be of good cheer.
Yes.
Indeed. Ali Beth Stuckey humiliated Dawkins, humiliated him, and says he's partially responsible for the Islamification of the UK. He is. He is. Not his intention at any point. But when you go in and you blast something away and something else comes in, you are partially responsible. Not the intention at all. But yeah, AP is not on a jihad against all.
How dare you talk like this about the Holy Prophet Richard Dawkins?
How dare you say AP is not on a jihad against all faiths? Yes, he is.
How dare you?
Faith is dangerous because it's against evidence. As a Christian, my guilty pleasure is It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and Dennis, and Charlie are the funniest, and that crackhead Cricket and the weird McPoyles brother. Yeah, they had the greatest nemesis, and that's what the McPoyles, like this group of incestuous, creepy dudes. And Cricket, Cricket was a priest. He's a lapsed priest, and so
there's one episode of Cricket's Tale, I think, which just focuses on him, which is hilarious.
It's pretty terrible.
But Dennis is genuinely he's my favorite character. He's just absolutely hilarious.
I love them all. They're all good.
The whole very sick, dark humor surrounding the Dennis character is just what makes it so funny to me. Like
because of the implication.
It's so messed up, and I love it.
Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, that so when they have a debate about who's at fault, and the evolution issue comes up, that's just hilarious because it's making fun of everyone. Everyone just believes a bunch of stuff they've heard, and that's the point they're making. But also the gang gets analyzed when they all sit down in front of a psychologist. And it's all over who. Then they're flipping out over who's going to wash the dishes, but they all get analyzed, and that is one of the funniest things I've ever seen, ever.
My favorite episode is I think Dennis and Mac moved to the suburbs. That was
funny too. Yeah,
would always recommend watching that. It's such a unique episode, and it's hilarious, and it just brings out how incredibly funny Dennis can be. So
Yeah. They got a decent cast there. Solaria says, powerful message this woman is putting out. The love versus fear thing is very striking. Wish I put more emphasis on that fear aspect in my newest vid. That is, I mean, yeah, you got to think. Now Ayaan is going to put out a book on her conversion to Christianity and her thinking. And that's just, I don't know, it's going to be powerful stuff. It's interesting watching her journey. It's interesting watching the journeys of people who leave Islam, then, I'm going to be an atheist now, and not realizing how that's a dead end and how stupid it is, and realizing they have to go somewhere else. It's fun to watch those journeys. Just as a bulwark against Islam, how about Christ animated all Western civilization? Dawkins is so wise, he chips away at Christianity's foundation.
how about
Yeah, Dawkins acknowledges that Christianity, the teachings of Christ and so on, has had a massive impact on civilization. He just believes you can take the good parts and you don't need the rest. You don't need the beliefs and all this other stuff. You can just keep the good stuff. Keep the good stuff. Acknowledge, hey, we got some good stuff there, but you don't have to believe in that stuff when that's the real question. Can you have all the good stuff like it's floating out in the air without the foundation that made those things things that you're required to believe and do? That's the question that everyone's facing right now, and that's the issue that the new atheists are having to deal with right now. That we thought we could just take the good parts of everything that we liked, and then we're going to have a civilization. And nope, now actually it doesn't actually work, and society's breaking down.
Here's a question, David.
Don't try it. I will school you right now. I'm all hyped up on coffee. All right, go ahead.
Here's a question. Aside from Christianity, obviously being at the foundation of how Western society is nowadays, and how it has really shaped and made the West the way it is.
Stuff.
Can it also be said that the Western world is the way it is because of Western values, the Greco-Roman traditions and values that were in existence prior to the arrival of Christianity or prior to the adoption of Christianity, and also, this is actually the important part, that that the existence of these Greek and Roman or Western values of that culture actually create a better form of Christian society. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess the point is there were other things that influenced Western civilization apart from Christianity. So you had Athenians coming up with democracy and so on, but it may possibly even more significant than just like the politics of a city. I mean, you have Plato. Plato starts off the rationalist tradition in philosophy. You have Aristotle. He starts off the empiricist tradition in philosophy. And Aristotle, he basically invents the fields of logic and biology and zoology and so on. Hugely smart too. And along the way, you have all sorts of influences. It was certainly significant when the West gets back the works of Aristotle that had been lost to the West. They always had some of the works of Plato and so on, but they had lost the works of Aristotle. And these things all have an influence, and even an influence on Christianity, because then you get the scholastic philosophers and so on. My view is that Christianity ends up making places. It just has an impact on societies that it makes change and progress possible wherever it's coming from. In other words, even if you're not a Christian, it sort of adds a kind of stability and an emphasis on being open to progress. Because traditionally, the view of a culture was something that gives your culture stability and keeps it like that, and you don't end up changing with new things and so on. And this was an article by Oppenheimer, who wasn't a Christian. He was sort of a atheistic atheistic guy who got interested in like Eastern stuff later on. But when he's talking about why the scientific revolution happened in Christian Europe, he's saying the difference with Christianity was Christianity had this built-in idea of progress, that you're supposed to be fixing things that are wrong in the world. You're supposed to be going out and making better and better things and so on. But my view is that because you can look back in history and you can say, well, look, this guy was an atheist and he did this great thing, or this guy was this and he did this great thing and so on. But my view is that Christianity kind of makes it, by viewing other people as the image of God and believing that because of what people are, they have certain rights, and you're not supposed to cross certain lines with other people. I think that has an impact on society that makes change and advancement and progress possible, even if the change is coming from someone who's not even a Christian. In other words, if you come along and you're an atheistic feminist and you start making arguments, there's a kind of stability in society that allows you to go out and make your case and convince people and so on. And that this is true even of the atheists, even of the new atheists. You're sitting here thinking, well, look at us. We don't need all this Christian stuff and so on. Maybe the only reason you're able to be in the position you're in is because you were in a Christian society that built up to where it allows people like you, even who disagree with the Christians, to be going around arguing about Christianity and criticizing Christianity and so on. Maybe society developed to the point where the only reason that you're able to go around making your case against Christianity is because Christianity propped up certain values that allowed you to flourish in that way. So this is why I think that the people who are sitting there, hey, we can do things better and we can do things our way and we're not Christians and we don't need Christianity, I think those are people who are being held up by a Christian society. And when they attack that, they don't realize they're kind of dooming themselves in a sense. In other words, and we said this before, if you take feminism, there's a good side to feminism. There's a bad side. It's like everything else. You could go too far with something. Some of the basic ideas of, equal rights for women and voting and all this stuff. This is good stuff.
I will say what you want to. I will predict what you want to say, which I agree with. I think you will say that feminism, in its basic ideas, relies on Christian thinking.
More along the lines, yeah, because you could say that as far as women are also created in the image of God and so on. But I was thinking more along the lines of you feminists can, as just an example, guys. I'm not picking on feminism at all. I was picking an example of something I'm talking about. I could pick there could be like 20 different examples.
Everyone hates women,
but I mean, you could talk about the LGBTQ community, anything. If you take feminism and you say, here's our idea. And here's what we're going to argue. And we're going to march through the streets and we're going to say, we want this and we want this and we want this. Okay, you're doing that in a certain society that allows you to do that kind of thing. There are other places there where they would just kill you over that, or that you would never even have the opportunity in life to do something like that. You were in a certain kind of society where you were able to go out and present your case. But then you end up, hey, we don't need to get married anymore. Hey, we don't need to have kids. We don't need to do all these things and so on. And you affect society and you affect families and you affect birth rates and everything else. And ultimately undermine things and open yourself up for something else to come in and crush you, something like Islam, right? So something like Islam then comes in and crushes you because because of things that have happened in society. And so you can end up blasting away at certain Christian ideals, like a concept of, let's say, concept of marriage and monogamous marriage and having kids and being fruitful and multiplying and so on. You can be blasting away at those ideas. That's the patriarchy. Down with the patriarchy. Let's get rid of the patriarchy. You can do that. And so you get rid of these Christian patriarchy ideas, and then Islam comes in, and then now you can't be a feminist anymore because you'll get killed. In other words, you could be knocking away things that you think are harmful to you that are actually the things that are protecting and sustaining you. That's my view on all this. Yes, good ideas can come from all over the place, all kinds of people. Atheists can make brilliant contributions. I think that Christianity makes a society that makes it easiest compared to other places for people of various backgrounds to make their case. And if they have a good idea, that the good idea will be accepted.
I just want to say, just to the question that I asked. So, to put it very briefly and summarize it, what I mean and what I think, if Christianity had gone, southward and had the Arabian Peninsula, for example, become the center of Christianity, then the leader of Christianity, as opposed to Europe,
Would it look like Europe now?
things would have been different. Europe is so a European Christian society is probably better than an Arab Christian society because of the pre-existing values and the culture and traditions and so on.
Yeah, you could make a case even based on other things about Europe that have nothing to do with Christianity, just like how easy travel is and how easy it is to send ships out and so on. There could be all kinds of other features that are relevant to why Christianity prospers massively there. So yes, I would not under any circumstances argue that Christianity is the only influence or the only thing that made Western society great. I would think that it's the most important of many, many factors, some of them that have nothing to do with ideology, like land and resources and so on, and other ideas. The Greeks had some great ideas and so on. The Romans had some good ideas. The Romans did awesome things like building roads and things like that. So yeah, people can improve places. And yes, if the Middle East had been the cradle of Christian civilization, things might have turned out different down there. But there was an interesting episode of Star Trek that kind of dealt with this.
Oh boy.
Breads and Circuses, you remember that?
And then you call him Mike Winger a nerd.
Yeah, this is not nerdy though, because they made a really good point. And it's funny because the dude, Gene Roddenberry, was basically like a secular humanist, but he made the good point. But the episode was they show up at a planet that is identical to Earth in every way, except Jesus didn't come there. He came much later. And so they get there and it's 20th century technology, it's TVs and so on, but they're still having gladiator contests where they bring in guys to slaughter each other in front of the camera. In other words, they developed technologically, since Jesus didn't come when he did on Earth, and you have this other place that's identical in every way. They even speak English and so on. But the only difference is Jesus didn't come when he came on Earth. He came much later. And so they had 20th century, they continued developing technologically, but they never developed morally. And so they're still murdering each other, and it's everyone's favorite thing to watch and so on. I think something along those lines is correct. You can advance in certain ways, but other things require something else. But yeah, it'd be an interesting discussion to.
That would be nice if we still had gladiator fights.
What? What'd you say? Oh, gladiator contest? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be dope. I would have rocked that. I'd
That'd be
rock that
beast.
place. Unlike Dawkins, Ayaan has the testicular fortitude. She definitely been through a lot. I mean, she definitely been through a lot and is very courageous.
Yeah, I don't understand how we watched how we made a whole live stream about Richard Dawkins without ever talking about his testicles.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
Stefan says, how do you reconcile Old Testament Jews versus New Testament Christians not executing apostates, blasphemers, homosexuals, destroying pagan temple, etc.? Just a need for that time? Yeah, there are multiple ways you could go through that. One, the executions were actually pretty darn rare. I mean, try to find records of actual executions under Jews.
Jews don't encourage it. The Talmud doesn't encourage it. It's actually very harsh on executions and basically describes, I think it says that a court that sentences somebody to death in 70 years or so has blood on his hands. So it's like you're not supposed to do it at all unless you have very, very serious reasons to do it.
Yeah, there was situations where it was, oh, you deserve a death penalty for all this stuff. You're under a death penalty, but you pay a ransom. In other words, you pay a fine for. So there was this weird situation where you do all kinds of stuff, and it's like, you're under a death penalty, but pay a ransom, and so on. As far as actual differences, I mean, just think about the differences in the society. This is something you can think about this in terms of like how people think today, like, oh, we're going to go over to this Middle Eastern country and bring a modern democracy to it. And it doesn't work. It never works. Why? The people kind of aren't ready for it. But if you think about the situation in ancient Israel, they're surrounded by people who want to destroy them. And you're just in a completely different environment. It's a different world. You don't have modern secular. A modern secular democracy would not have survived. It would have been eaten alive in the ancient world. You have to live a very, very different kind of life. So, yeah, it's just different from. Well, let me put it this way: if you go 1400 BC and you try to make a country based on just loving everyone, I think you'd get eaten alive and destroyed quickly. I don't think you'd last. That's my view. So yes, different times, and you could think of this as things we're all familiar with. If I have different rules for my 6-year-old than I do for my 20-year-old son. All right, have different rules, completely different rules. Why? They're in different situations. And if we were in a different part of the world, might have way different rules as well. If we're in a different time in history, might have massively different rules. Yeah. Ayaan is finally a horse. Praise be to Ezra. Oh, yeah. Whoa. She went from donkey-brained atheist. I don't know if she went through a mule phase where she was an agnostic, but now she is a mighty steed.
Yeah, we have established that Christians are horses.
Oh, so I think these comments were from where she's saying, yes, I believe in the resurrection. So I think that's it. Wow, she is saved. Yes, faith is an informed choice. Yeah, so AP, you can decide to believe. You keep saying, well, I'm not persuaded by this. You can just decide, like Ayaan. When Eve was created as a woman, she was created with all her eggs. So she had all her eggs before sin. Adam's body as a man produced semen. So the semen he passed was produced after his sin. Yeah, if you're actually trying to say that this is all passed on biologically, you'd have to argue something like that. I wouldn't think that the Bible is clearly saying that this is all just like biological processes here. Solitary Emmy says, miracle with no miracle worker, that is even crazier to believe. Atheists need to think about this. Miracle with no miracle worker, that's crazier. That is true. And that's something that interests me because you have the new atheists and they walked around with this mantra, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And they would, of course, apply this to miracles and so on. But I mean, saying the universe can form on its own, that's an extraordinary claim. I'd have to see some extraordinary evidence for that. What is the extraordinary evidence that it formed without an actual divine cause? That life could form on its own by chance. That's an extraordinary claim. So what's your extraordinary evidence for it? That consciousness can arise, human consciousness can arise just by particles interacting and neurons firing and so on. That's an extraordinary claim. But yeah, there is this. In other words, Richard Dawkins is, oh, that's so silly believing in a virgin birth. And so you believe that life formed on its own, dude. With no miracle worker. So yeah, don't be pointing out that someone believes something silly when that person believes in a God who can do that kind of thing.
I just went back to quickly look up that passage. The Mishnah, in the Mishnah, it says, so that there is always the obligation to establish a court, a Sanhedrin. However, it says then a Sanhedrin that executes a transgressor once in 7 years is characterized as a destructive tribunal. Since the Sanhedrin would subject the testimony to exacting scrutiny, it was extremely rare for a defendant to be executed. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah says the categorization applies to a Sanhedrin that executes a transgressor once in 70 years. Rabbi Tarfon and Rabbi Akiva say, if we had been members of the Sanhedrin, we would have conducted trials in a manner whereby no person would have ever been executed, and so on. So the whole discussion is about how the aspect of execution, while as a concept it exists, it is heavily disliked and should just altogether be avoided and only kept as a concept.
So you're saying Jews were not executing tons of people, as some people would think. That is correct. Yep. That is correct. For books, I like The Will to Believe. I assume you're talking about The Will to Believe by William James. Also, just his essay, The Will to Believe. Phenomenal.
See.
I have The Will to Believe. I wouldn't mind doing an entire video just reading through that. I have this weird thing. I've always been like this, but going through philosophy, graduate school and so on, I would read an essay, and it could be by any sort of philosopher. It could be by atheist philosopher, theist philosopher, whatever. But my main judgment of the essay or the book that I was reading would be, sometimes when I'm reading something, I could, it's almost like I feel my thoughts becoming more organized and clearer and almost like smarter in a sense, not in terms of IQ rising or something like that, but just as far as I've read something and now my thoughts are much clearer on an issue. And now I understand something much better and so on. The Will to Believe is like that. Some of Plantinga's stuff is like that. It's just you read it and you feel like you're getting smarter. Again, not in the sense of your IQ's going up or something like that. Just now your thoughts are clearer and more organized and so on. But yeah, William James's stuff is like that.
You can actually see your brain, like you can see your head get physically bigger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it becomes more and more convoluted. It's
Yeah.
it's like having your fingers in water longer and longer, and they get wrinklier and wrinklier. That's what's happening in your brain when you read good philosophy.
Yeah.
I can't believe Dawkins would argue biological impossibility when we have numerous examples of animals giving virgin birth via parthenogenesis. Well, yeah, that would be parthenogenesis. A virgin birth in a human would be a different story, right? There are animals where you can have this. There are creatures where you can have this, but that would be something completely different in a human being. In other words, it seems like it would be required. There have been people who tried to argue that maybe Mary had the maybe she was a hermaphrodite and had was able to fertilize herself. So that's like, come on, it's like seriously. So it's something a miracle or something else. But
I heard Mary had a little lamb, but I'm not sure if it's true.
I heard that too. Don't call him Richard Dawkins. You see, he might get turned on. Tolkien and C.S. Lewis used to share pints at an Oxford pub and discuss the plots of their latest novels. I would love to have been a fly on the wall. Yeah, just imagine someone was just sitting back recording back then. There's all this. We're in a different generation where we can record cool stuff that happens. But imagine, being back there and just recording them, just sitting around chatting would have been interesting. Hey, AP, we should find that pub and go sit in there and have a discussion and record it.
Yeah, but I don't want to be a fly. If I'm going to be like me, sure, yeah.
Yeah. You're going to be a fly. Be a bee. I was thinking of the saying, you're going to be a bear, be a grizzly, but the fly thing didn't work. Mm-hmm. Check out the Ben Stein movie, No Intelligence Allowed, where Dawkins thinks aliens seeding the earth is a possibility. Yep, I saw that, but that was a long time ago. Rigo says, great work, D Wood. I appreciate your videos a lot. Yes, I make dope stuff. Again, because we're about to go off here in a few, but any of you channel members afterwards, check out my video. It's there. It'll be dope, unless you're an atheist, and then you're going to cry. Solaria says, you obviously don't immediately embrace such beliefs or adopt them. I am saying that taking the initial step leads to reinforcement and acceptance. Now, that's a different issue as far as taking the initial step, right? Like you can have, like, what's that? There's a verse in the Bible where he's like, I believe, Lord, help my unbelief. So he's acknowledging, I'm like, I'm not, I still wrestle with this stuff. But yeah, you can, like taking a step and saying, okay, I'm still not positive about this. I still have my doubts about this and so on. But you know what? I'm stepping out there. I'm going to church. I'm going to do these things. Actually, that affects you over time. In other words, it's like you're knocking over a domino, but then the other dominoes start falling. Robin Hood says, super chat about encouragement for Israel. I'm thinking falafels. Encouragement for Israel. And he's talking about falafels. You've got the falafels. AP gives answer. Oh, so Robin Hood says, super chat about encouragement for Israel. I'm thinking falafels. AP gives answer that gave me goosebumps. Well said, sir. May God bless you. So he's thinking, what? How can you be sad when you've got all that good falafel? And AP gives.
I guess that's a different aspect. Yeah, could have gone into that as well.
Yeah, and Israel has the best falafel. See, you got amateurs. Amateurs make falafel, and then inside it's brown. That's cooked too long. Good falafel is supposed to be green on the inside, and that's how they make it at good places in Israel. I actually went to a Druze village while I was there, and they're known for having the actual best falafel in the world.
Maybe I should try falafels again, because I only had an experience with falafels once when I went when I was in Iraq, and there was this guy who said, hey, let's eat falafel together. This is very, very good stuff. Very, very good stuff here. And that was my first time eating falafel, and I took a bite and I was like, what in the world is this? Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh. So,
yeah,
I
have to be honest. I'm not terribly impressed by falafel either. And I can't really tell the difference when someone says, this is the really good falafel and this is not good falafel. I really can't tell the difference. But I'm like that with most stuff. But to appear knowledgeable and sophisticated, I pretend to understand the difference. And just because I've heard that the falafel that's green on the inside is the best, and I just roll with that, and I do it to sound knowledgeable. See what I'm saying? Like, wow.
That's a good.
It's like, we can listen to David Wood on all this other stuff because he clearly knows his stuff about falafel and he's really well informed. So we can trust what this guy says. That's how I roll.
That's a good admission. I trust that. Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, I don't have a very sophisticated palate. Jacket Off says, wondering if D Wood gets the name and ignoring it or doesn't get it, lol. Yeah, you could be referring. You have a man with his jacket off.
How are you reading?
I'm interpreting this in the non-perverted way. But now you're making it sound like, do you get it?
Already early when you read it, I was like, what did you just say? But I didn't want to say anything.
Fox News reported that someone held a sign today, unalive all the hostages now, at a pro-Palestine protest in New York City. Dark times. What is that again? Fox News? We'll want to probably check that out.
I saw I saw posts on social media about it. There were two instances. One where a pro-Palestine protester, had just a text on their phone which they showed, which said they are not coming home, which is just so. I almost cussed, but just so messed up.
Yeah,
and then the other instance of that, one person said, "Kill all the hostages." Yeah,
mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the messed up stuff. Like, you can be on either side of this issue, and I can regard you as sane and not evil. Once you're saying stuff like that, then I just regard you as evil, and you need to be exposed and humiliated for your evil stuff. And,
I would say there needs to be more than just being exposed, but I'll just keep it to myself.
I'm just saying, if you're some idiot student or something like this, saying something like that or holding up a sign like that, as long as people get your name, get good pictures of you, plaster it all over the internet so that for the rest of your life you're reminded of the things you said, like Jake Shields is going to be. I'm all right with that. That could be your punishment. You should do Mo meets Joseph Smith in the Boom Boom Room. Yeah, that is the second most all-time requested Boom Boom Room. The most requested was Alexander the Great, which sadly I've already recorded. I've just never edited and posted because, I don't know why.
Wait, which one?
The most requested of all time was Muhammad meets Alexander the Great. We've already recorded that one.
Yeah,
it's pretty funny. I just never edited it. So I have to do that. I have like 6 or 7, maybe 8. I don't know. I have a bunch of episodes I never edited. It's weird. To edit that, someone has to really annoy. I have to be annoyed, right? The Adela guy has to be doing something that really ticks me off, and Boom Boom Room has to. Matter of fact, our live streams might have done that, because now when I get ticked off, I was like, oh, let's just go live and talk about this. Whereas before it would be, oh, someone did this. I'm gonna go edit an episode of the Boom Boom Room. I'm gonna message him and say, hey, remember that stupid thing you just said? Here's a new episode of the Boom Boom Room, which I'm dedicating to you.
Yeah, we need to stop going live. We need to stop having
no more
streams.
live streams.
No more live streams. This is the last.
How are people who are disabled supposed to be treated according to Islamic tradition? Not sure about that.
They're usually treated as just unfortunate, and that's it. Not held to the same standards in terms of responsibilities and so on. That's it.
D. Wood hates nerds. Also, D. Wood, you see, this is just like Star Trek, Lord of the Rings, and One Punch Man. Guys, I've said it before. If you want to make fun of something, it helps. No, if you really want to, if you want to make fun of someone's sports team, if you want to make fun of the Baltimore Ravens, it helps to know about the Baltimore Ravens. You can make fun of them way more effectively if you just say, "Oh, I like your purple uniform." Okay, it doesn't sound like you know what you're talking about. How would you accurately be making fun of them? So you have to know this stuff to make fun of it. Get that through your head, everyone.
Yeah.
If most of the Arab world had stayed Christian, the Arabs would be like the Koreans and Japanese, highly evolved, technologically advanced, and culturally sophisticated. Arab food, music, and language respected. Hopefully, I'm not sure. I'm like AP, and you could end up with some seriously different things in different parts of the world, and so on. So, but yeah, I think it would. Yeah, I think they would be better off and more. I think society there would be better than it is now. What it would look like, I'm not sure.
If the Palestinians right now converted to Christianity collectively, it will probably bring a very quick end to the conflict, as it is.
This is from Stefan, who asked the question about the executions earlier. About the punishment and the Talmud, does it mean they reinterpreted God's law? Any sources about punishments were rare. Personally, I hold to need of that time. Well, AP already gave the source on rare punishments and how this was what rabbis thought. If you're thinking, does this mean they're just ignoring it? No, there's a situation, and this is taken seriously. In fact, I would like to talk to rabbis to get them to explain this. But their entire system kind of revolved around the temple worship and the temple sacrificial system and so on. Once you lose the temple and so on, they're not doing that stuff anymore, right? All this stuff is meant to be able to go to the priest and, if needed, to consult the Urim and Thummim and all these rituals and so on to decide these things. And once the temple system breaks down, you don't have the system in place anymore. And so the reason I wanted to study that, to actually get rabbis to explain the thinking on this, was for purposes of critiquing Islam. When Muhammad went to the Jews and said that person committed adultery, you have to stone that couple committed adultery, stone them. And the Jews are saying, that's not what we do. That's not what we do. We shame them. We shame them. We don't kill them. And he makes the people get stoned. I think, well, if the rule for the Jews actually isn't stoning or something like that, because you have a couple possibilities. One, you have the idea that even under the old covenant time, so when they still had the sacrificial system, that they had a ransom system for various crimes. That, keep in mind, Stefan, that's not based on later reinterpretations. You actually find glimpses of that in the Torah when it talks about capital punishment for someone who has committed first-degree murder. It says, but for this crime, do not accept a ransom. Now, what's the implication? Is that for other crimes, you would accept a ransom for the death penalty. And it's saying for capital murder of a murderer who deliberately murders someone, do not accept a ransom in this case. The implication is that there were other situations where you'd be under a death sentence and you could accept a ransom payment for it. So that's the idea that comes out of that system. But anyway, I'd be interested in sitting down with a rabbi, because by the time of 7th century Arabia, Jews are not executing people by stoning people. That was all. Hey, we broke the covenant, and our system broke down, and we don't even have our temple system anymore. So they came up with different ways of dealing with things. And that's part of the basis of the Talmud. We're in a different situation right now. We're in other parts of the world right now. We don't have our system. How do we apply our beliefs to things now? And so they came up with ways. And then Muhammad comes along, no, you got to stone them. It's like, what are you talking about? We don't have that anymore. We don't have that kind of authority anymore. We're not supposed to do that kind of thing. So anyway, I'd be interested in that, because keep in mind, if Muhammad just gets it all wrong, in other words, is Muhammad completely wrong that the law for the Jews is not supposed to be stoning? Because that entire one, maybe they have a ransom system even during the Old Testament time, but two, after the temple system is broken down, are they even supposed to be enforcing rules that are supposed to be all part of this this entire system? I don't think they are, but I'd like to have it explained. And so if they're not even required, according to Judaism, to do these things, and Muhammad says do it anyway, then that's Muhammad being a moron.
That's true.
That's true. Christopher, we've got there. What sources are good for the Israel conflict? Any recommendations, AP? Articles, videos, books?
I have one recommendation, which is so both are from Dr. Einat Wilf. One is The War of Return, and the other is We Should All Be Zionists. Of course, sounds very biased, but they're actually very, very good, which always recommend. Otherwise, what I do is just Benny Morris is an incredible source when it comes to the historical knowledge directly. So would always be very, very good to go to. And he also came forth as the one main scholar who is all about the history, the history of the conflict within the 20th century, and he challenged both the hard-line Zionist narrative and the skeptical narrative, and actually delivered a very satisfactory, purely objective, purely factual, and nowadays accepted perspective in Israel as well on what exactly happened during the entire conflict, and a very reliable source. He was also part of the whole debate recently between he was together with Destiny against Norman Finkelstein and some other guy, where Norman Finkelstein had a big loss. So I would always recommend going to Benny Morris.
No, Muslims say he won. Mr. Bertinelli. Hey, Mr. Bertinelli, why are you saying these things? I keep trying to do your accurate voice and not my parody.
Mr. Borelli. Mr. Borelli.
Mr. Botticelli. Mr. Borelli. It's funny. Yeah. So those are all good recommendations. We also have a good friend here, Robert Spencer, who wrote The Palestinian Delusion, The Catastrophic History of the Middle East Peace Process. So you can check those out. But you can also find stuff online if you prefer, like articles and so on. Just as far as the Israel conflict, the most important thing is just the very basics of what happened from the collapse of the Ottoman Empire and the British Mandate of Palestine, and how Israel became a nation, and then how the people reacted. If you get that, if the world got that down, it would change the discussions of the conflict. You still have so many tons and tons of people who really think, again, nice Palestinians are sitting around minding their own business. A bunch of Jews showed up and said, "This is our land now."
Never happened.
Not what happened.
Never happened.
Not what happened.
There was also no such thing as a Palestinian state. This is the thing.
It wasn't a state.
And it's not something that the pro-Israel side just brings up for no reason. No, it's because this is being used as propaganda by the against Israel and against Zionism. This whole lie, this false narrative that there was once this land or this state named Palestine, this country called Palestine, and the Jews came and they they unfairly took it over. Such a thing never happened. It never happened. And this lie is not just some random lie. It's not just misinformation. It is directly used as a weapon against Israel which is why it has to be dealt with and has to be debunked again and again and again, because it's a lie. And in fact, something very simple to do. People say a lot of things about Wikipedia, right? But you can even just go to Wikipedia as a very simple source, because this issue is so clear from a purely historical perspective that a Wikipedia article on the whole, British Mandate of Palestine, or the early history of the region Palestine, and the recreation of Israel, and so on, stuff like this will be clear cut, will be easy, and will have pages on Wikipedia that are not controversial, because everything is right out there, and you can use Wikipedia in the appropriate way, and cross-check, fact-check everything that you see there. Go to all the sources, like the Avalon Project is a site that posts all kinds of UN and League of Nations sources. You can look into all the documents there. You can find all the maps, all the announcements that the British, that Great Britain made during that time, and so on. It's all very, very straightforward. If you actually read and study the history, it's quite easy and quite simple. And you will conclude that the pro-Palestine narrative that is so popular today is almost entirely, from beginning to end, full of nonsense. That's it. It's not very difficult. But it's just the other side doesn't read very much, and the other side is not very honest, which is why even on a simple platform like Twitter, X, you will see that the pro-Palestine side always gets these community notes, which they then start interpreting as Zionist propaganda.
Yeah. And so there's the basic overall idea there is the conversation and debate about what's going on with Israel and Gaza and so on. That conversation proceeds very differently depending on how much information you have about the history. If you're walking up to people who think of it as the Jews showed up and stole land from these other people in their country, that discussion proceeds in one way. If you actually know what happens, it's a different kind of discussion. You could still, even if you know what happened and hey, no, this is the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire loses a war. The British control the land, and they decide how to kind of assign control of different parts of the territory to different groups in order to try and avoid a bloodbath. Once you understand how you actually ended up with the nation of Israel, you can still have room for discussions about should Israel be doing this here in Gaza or something. You can still have those kind of discussions. But the point is, a lot of propaganda is based on complete nonsense. So we should do away with the propaganda, expose the lies, and then you can have a discussion based on what's actually going on. And it'll be a better discussion, and hopefully you don't have people running around calling for exterminating people and so on. Muhammad had intimate relations with his dead aunt? Possibly, not sure.
I mean, if you want to be... If you want to treat sources the way Muslims usually treat other sources, yeah, you could totally conclude that.
Yeah. Yeah, so you have Muhammad crawls down into the grave apparently to because this will grant her paradise if she's Muhammad's wife or something like this. And he went down and lay with her. It's similar to English in that, like, I slept with her could mean I just slept, went to sleep, or it can mean I banged her. And so I don't know. I don't know enough about the details. I've just heard it from the Arabic speakers and so on who look at the stuff and they say you could interpret that either way. And so it would kind of depend on how mean you're trying to be. And so what AP is saying there, hey, if you approach their sources the way the Dawa guys approach sources they're criticizing stuff, yeah, your prophet banged his aunt. Of course he did. It's obvious. Eli. Hey, Eli, how you doing? He says, my condolences, David, to you and Marie. Love you both. Thank you, Eli. That is a reference to my wife's mother dying a couple days ago. Solaria says, we have scientists that selectively bred chickens for it. Of course, it'd be harder in a human, but improbable is not equal to impossible. He argued impossible. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't argue that it's impossible either. It would just be pretty amazing series of coincidences that one woman reproduces as a virgin completely biologically, and her son just happens to grow up into Jesus, one of the most influential people of all time. And
But here's the thing. Here's my objection to this whole approach. Anyway, if you somehow established that it is actually probable or possible that that the virgin birth happened and that it was natural, that there is a natural explanation to it, this wouldn't be a case for Christianity. It would be a case against Christianity.
oh, your point. Yeah. Wait a minute. So you're saying if God's not actually involved and it's all just naturalistic stuff?
Yeah. Then it could be very well. It could be very much, I think, used as an argument against Christianity in saying, wait a minute, so that this is not something that is extraordinary and caused by a divine being. It is something that actually can happen without any supernatural intervention, and just happened, and people didn't understand it back then.
Yeah, I think what Solari is getting at is, of course, it's a miraculous virgin birth, but when he says it's impossible from the perspective of biology, it wouldn't even be impossible from the perspective of just biology. And so I think that's the point.
Yeah.
Made here.
I mean, sure. If you want to approach it from that perspective too.
But yeah, I would agree with AP. If you're saying, if you're trying to explain everything naturalistically, then that would kind of take away from the significance of it, and that wouldn't help Christianity. The envy of AP. Blaise Pascal had an IQ at or above 190. I don't know how you'd establish that, but we'll go with it. And technically a genius is 130 and above. Philosophy is not AP's strongest subject. Help him, D. Wood.
How do you know the IQ of somebody who lived in the 17th century?
Yeah, what IQ test did he take, Joshua? I guess maybe you could make assessments based on the person's work, and I mean, he was a massive genius. I don't know how you'd say specifically a specific IQ, but no, this is not a situation where I'm going to say, AP, how dare you criticize Blaise Pascal? He's so smart. There are problems with Pascal's wager. Now, people who defend the wager can defend it in certain ways by pointing out that, okay, sometimes there are people who are just kind of, I could go either way on this. I could go either way on this. I'm kind of 50-50 on God's existence or non-existence or something like that. And so in that situation, well, I can just choose. And I'm going to go with belief in God because that has other practical considerations. With that said, there are problems with Pascal's wager. So again, it's assuming even odds, which I don't know why your average atheist is not going to assume the odds are even. They're going to say, oh, well, the existence of God is way less probable and so on. So they're not going to be assuming that. And the other thing is, I just wanted to point out the other issue is Pascal's saying that, by believing in God, you get eternal life. And so you get an eternal bet. He's describing everything in terms of betting, right? Betting odds, because he's one of the pioneers of probability. And people have always been gamblers. All of a sudden, guys who actually knew probability came along. And then all the gamblers want to take their stuff and, wow, these guys actually know probability of playing these games and so on. It can help us win. But he's one of the pioneers of probability. He knows that people are interested in probability because it's helping them gamble better. And so he puts out, hey, here's a wager for you. But even with all that said, saying that, you get this infinite benefit by belief in God. Well, says who? There's way more packed into that than just the hypothesis that God exists. You'd have to say God exists and he's granting eternal life to people, and he's granting eternal life to people based on whether they believe in him. Keep in mind, that's not even true according to Christianity. Just believing in God does not grant you eternal life. It's not true. It's you have to believe a bunch of other things. And so is all of this just like 50-50 or something like that? Anyway, the point is, there's something right about Pascal's wager, and the real takeaway of Pascal's wager and why he's right is there are other factors involved in making decisions than just straightforward, what's the objective probability of this kind of thing. certain things actually have important outcomes, and he's saying you should take those outcomes into consideration when you're making your decisions and so on. So it's relevant in that case. But no, I'm not going to sit here and say, AP, you're stupid because you're disagreeing with Blaise Pascal.
Also, somebody who is extremely intelligent can make a terrible point, and
That's
even
true.
be very popular for that terrible point as well. Or vice versa, somebody who is not that intelligent can make an extremely good point and be famously known for that. So
That is the other incredibly valid point right here. I mean, imagine Dawkins has said some really dumb things. Imagine saying something and you bring it up and he's like, oh, but his IQ is such and such, so you can't disagree with him. Well, the assumption there would be that someone who's really intelligent can't say something stupid.
yeah,
Point is, Pascal, yes, insanely intelligent. 190 IQ, I don't know. Definitely genius. The guy is a genius. Does this mean he's right about everything? No. Is there an important point from Pascal's wager? I think there is. But it's when it gets presented the way it often gets presented, I think there are problems with it. And I think there are problems with it even the way he laid it out. But that you can sort of take all these things into account and still get an important takeaway. D. Wood, have you seen?
Because I was so sarcastic about it earlier, just to
shame on you, because you're jealous.
Just to take a little dig at it. That's it.
Shameful. That's why it's called envy. D. Wood, have you seen Matt Walsh's reaction to being forced to watch One Punch Man? That's how a true anti-nerd would react, unlike a closeted nerd like D. Wood. You think I'm going to watch someone else watch One Punch Man? Let me watch Matt Walsh? And why would I care? On what planet is he the criterion of what is nerdy or not nerdy? That dude seems like a freaking nerd too. I said it here.
He does.
I said it here.
He does.
You don't just, if you're a nerd and you like or don't like One Punch Man, you could, as a nerd, like One Punch Man or not like One Punch Man and still be a freaking nerd. So, but anyway,
he's a very big nerd. I would say.
He looks like one.
You shouldn't let him get away with that one. It's like we have to say that he's a very big nerd.
Mm-hmm. AP chooses the god of Joe Biden, the ice cream god. What? I don't know what this is talking about. He does love his ice cream. Nice old guy. I can't even get ticked off at him ever. Anything he does, because it's not him anymore. Buddies, I worry if y'all take me too seriously. No, we're good now, Tarun. We were wondering.
Veganism, man. I don't care.
We were wondering, but you clarified it and said, no, we're all good. So that's cool. We are going to continue joking and yet being completely serious that you need to stop trying to force veganism on the entire world.
I don't want to be veganism in my life. I don't care. Thank you.
Coptic Christians, Chaldean Christians, Maronite Christians are very smart, sophisticated, artistic, and very awesome people, very hospitable. I think this is connected to what he was saying earlier about the Middle East the Arab world would be significantly different if Christians if it were still like Christian dominated society. But yes, this is a good point. You have lots of different kinds of Christian groups that are significantly better than Islamic groups.
I wouldn't compare Coptic people to Arab people. And I'm saying this without trying to.
You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me. I've said it before. Hey, you're Arab. No, I speak Arabic. I'm not Arab.
There's a very big difference.
They do get ticked off. They speak Arabic. They get ticked off if you call them Arabs. We were there before. They came. They invaded. Which criminals in prison liked Star Trek the most? Trying to think. I don't recall anyone ever watching Star Trek in prison, so I don't know. I'm literally participating in this joke of y'all. Yeah, but now you're ruining it by pointing out that you know it's a joke.
I don't care about veganism.
Tarun, stop with the... Finally we have some common sense. Goat Hub. Tarun, stop with the veganism. Eat meat specifically. Moving forward. Joshua says, Israel is the most efficient military in urban warfare on the planet Earth with a 1-to-1 ratio. The U.S. in Afghanistan was 9-to-1 ratio. Fools think it's a 100-to-1. Yeah, hijab fans, because they're the most gullible morons on the planet. Yeah, me and AP have talked about, we've discussed this before in previous live streams. It depends on who you go with. The Israeli assessment right now is in the direction of a 1-to-1 ratio. The Hamas assessment is in the ballpark of a 2-to-1 ratio. Anywhere in there, I'm guessing that the truth lies somewhere in between. I would suspect that it's closer to the Israeli assessment than it is to the Hamas assessment. The point is, either one of those is extremely good for urban warfare, especially the nightmare situation where you've got a bunch of terrorists who hide among civilians and dress like civilians, and they're trying to kill you and hiding in tunnels and so on. And they're trying to maximize the casualties of civilians. Nightmare situation for any military. So 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 would be shockingly good and careful. That's another thing that people need to learn because it's more propaganda. I'll say it one more time. There are legitimate areas where you can have disagreements and have discussions on what should happen and so on. The history of the formation of Israel, people really need to know that because it's a source of lots of lies and propaganda. But the other thing is, what's actually going on. The idea that this is a big genocide. You respond to the idea that this is a genocide by actually learning these statistics. And whether you go with Hamas's figures or Israel's figures, it's not anywhere near in the ballpark of any sort of genocide. Let's see. Apologies, by the way, if this comes across as rude. It was my impression that you had previously said your intent was to watch my video after AP stream. That said, was be a misrepresentation. No, I went to your channel. You were also saying that you were coming out with another video that might be your best. So what was I supposed to watch? So, Solaria, pick a video that is pick a video now that is your current best, or say that you are coming out with another video that's going to be your best, and tell me what the title is. In fact, don't worry about sending another super chat because you've already sent a bunch. Post it. You can't post a link because I block links because people send links to porn and crap like that. So I block links. Just give me the title of the video. Just give me the title of the video in the comments afterwards. Either telling me, here's my best video that I posted so far, or wait for this other video that I'm going to post. Coral Mark says, remember Christian Mayhar 2C told you to bang, get out there and do some math, multiply. We don't die, we multiply. I believe scientifically a lady getting pregnant without a man would only have a female offspring. Men carry the Y chromosome. Yeah, that's why you'd have to argue that she actually had both kinds of reproductive. I'm not sure how that would work as far as like if you're born with both reproductive you'd have to be, I don't even know what the situation would be as far as your chromosomes. I do not know. I'd have to look into that. Hi, Dr. Wood. Where do you get your inspiration from when you're impersonating Muhammad Hijab? Is it from the Incredible Hulk, King Kong, or Godzilla? I don't recall. When I saw you see, me strong than you. I don't remember where that came from.
Directly from Allah.
Yes, Allah inspired me with that powerful. Brian Smuti says, if we can entertain the idea that we all can terraform Mars, then we can also entertain the idea that we are subjects of ancient terraform and that God's name is E.T. solves quite a few of the miracles, i.e. Mary was inseminated via IV. I mean, it is a theory in biology that life didn't arise on its own, but was put here, seeded by someone else. And lots of the atheists have pointed out, you can almost always explain miraculous things. If you wanted to go and say aliens were tricking us and aliens did this, you could always say that about a miracle. Like I could be dying of cancer right now and all of a sudden get better. And it could even happen when someone is like praying over me and I could be miraculously healed. And you could say it's aliens. And so that is presented as a kind of way out where it happens when there are atheists who are kind of, actually, I think there's a problem. This seems really, 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 really improbable. So maybe this happening on its own is not the explanation. Maybe something else is involved, but they don't want to go to God. But if you believe in aliens, it's similar to Ayaan Hirsi Ali saying, well, yeah, it doesn't make sense from your perspective, Richard, but if I believe in God, then there's something that could do that. You could do the same thing with aliens. Well, if I don't believe aliens have visited Earth, then yeah, that doesn't make any sense. But if I do, well, maybe I can account for certain things. With that said, I do not believe that the virgin birth and all this stuff happened because of aliens. That would be kind of wild. All right, we are here at the end. Yeshua set an example in John 8 about not stoning. Yeah, that's true. Let he who was without sin cast the first stone. Who posted popcorn links? Mike Winger? Did someone post popcorn links? That sounds like something Mike Winger would do in order to distract people. My goodness. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't like popcorn so much.
What's that?
Not sure why people like popcorn so much.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we got through some of that discussion. I am going to continue watching it. If there's anything that's super interesting, we might go through it in a future live stream. But to me, it looked like that was going to be the entire discussion. It was going to be Ayaan clarifying why she believes certain things, pointing out that they actually agree on some things, and then Richard Dawkins saying it doesn't make any sense. But the real disagreement between them is now Ayaan Hirsi Ali is a theist and Dawkins isn't. And so that would be the real basis for the dispute. Am looking forward to checking out the discussion with Cosmic Skeptic. We do have, again, ladies and gentlemen, there is the video you can check out afterwards if you go to the community tab. There is a video there. Other than that, it'll be up tomorrow. Everyone can check it out. Any final thoughts or last words, AP, before we close out?
You will not be live this week, or you will be, I think. Is it this week?
Yeah, why don't you blab from the rooftops and give my home address?
Well, didn't you say earlier that you said earlier that you have a bunch of things to do? That's what you said.
No, it's not actually a secret location, but yeah, I will be gone from home for a while. Everyone will see it. You'll all see it. I'll be posting some stuff. So yeah, the point is, that's the thing. I don't know if I won't be live streaming. It's going to depend on, I'll be in a hotel, but it's going to depend on the internet connection. If there's time and internet connection works and so on, sometimes you get to a hotel and it's got really crappy, spotty, fluctuating internet. And sometimes you go there and it's like super awesome internet. So anyway, I won't know until I actually get to places and find out what internet is like. But yes, I may be completely out of commission depending on hotel internet for the next week or so.
I actually have the address of the hotel. It's 420 South Wensington Street, Monkey Town. Yeah.
In D's Nuts, Alabama. AP, this would be a good week since I will be traveling. This would be a good week if you have anyone.
This is what I'm thinking. Finally, without David, I can finally make proper live streams that are actually interesting. So I will be productive this week.
It's a good opportunity. No, but I mean, like any of the other channels and stuff, because we normally if we see a topic, it's like, okay, I'm going to go live with AP on this and stuff like this. But this would be a good chance for some of your other associates and buddies and stuff like that. See if anyone wants to go live. This would be a good week for it.
Yep.
So check out AP's channel with 500,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
See. And till then, the heck, I was just about to push the song button. One last second here. Hey, I was just thinking it's insane how much the Dawa guys lie without any remorse. When I lie, I feel horrible. Love you, David.
Dawa guys don't lie.
That's actually similar to the concept of a dissocial psychopath. So you have an actual psychopath. An actual psychopath has no remorse for things. Right? A normal person has remorse. They do something bad, they feel bad. A psychopath just lacks that. Something's not working, you don't feel bad. I can tell you right now, I have never felt bad for any horrible thing I've done in my entire life. There's no bad. I don't even know what you're talking about when you talk about a bad feeling. A dissocial psychopath is someone who adopts characteristics of a psychopath because it's adaptive for his group. So if someone joins a gang, even if it's a perfectly normal guy who joins a gang for protection or something like that, over time, his behavior will change because certain behaviors are adaptive. They're praised, they're valued by the group. Same thing if you join the mafia, you might start off as totally normal and become like a cold-blooded killer who's indistinguishable from an actual psychopath because he behaves in the exact same way. But the Dawa guys, I think, is something like that. You could take a normal guy, convert him. He starts off in Dawa, and after a couple years of Dawa, would be an absolute compulsive liar who has no remorse at all about any lie he tells, even if it's about God's prophets, even if he claims to respect Mary, he'll instantly lie about her, nothing, and think that he's actually good. So I think it's something in that ballpark.
It is true. It is true. That is a thing. It's also similar with, for example, cannibalism. When I first started out, I was kind of feeling terrible about things, but then later on, as I kept doing it, I started feeling more and more indifferent to it. And nowadays, it's just a regular way of keeping myself healthy. So yeah, it works.
Brian Zmuti, who was offering the point about aliens, what's wrong with you, AP? Said. My point is to eliminate the sky daddy argument. Well, you can make fun of people. You can make fun of people for bringing up aliens too. Let's see if we can. Yeah. That's true. All right, everyone. Let's before AP blurts something out again, let's go ahead and close out with the dog.
Ain't gonna follow no child molester, sex offender, private pretender.
There's a full version of this song, by the way. We've got to play the full version one day.
Islam's not for me.
This is just the end
Islam's not for me.
of the episode and the song.
Islam's
Not for me.
Screaming Goats Podcast, everyone. Tell your friends.